Expanded responsibilities to investors. That allows the kind of businesses. But by safety and judgment production and valuation, sustainable management processes and rise of kind of factors and organization, production and restoration plans. However, the attempts that the most significant investments developed the reason cost. Operating faces challenges almost fast like what we see. Expecting I can faster in that direction. We talk about management in some choosing the one me. What we like yourselves, so we can first of all, confidence be under the strategy. It's for efficiencies. Some of social problems. No, with the fastest business country. So, we just want to grow. The first orders as well as global business ecosystems. We're serving as massive leadership of so the good to then subscribe to the government digital and therefore guide and understand what the local social lines question issue, which is science learning. So that is missions and also some in school so I have which are like because we don't have the social media channels and about something to share. So, hashtag with us to that's right. That just what's next in the possibilities. Private family, so every day, over 25,000 SMS frontliners serve 500 clients across 1,000 cities and towns, over 5,000 sites. Their mission? To deliver facilities that are clean, healthy, efficient, productive, energy efficient, and ecologically sustainable.
using trained teams and cutting-edge technology. At SMS Integrated Facility Services, we're not just managing buildings, we're shaping the future of facilities. Together with our clients, we create cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable spaces for tomorrow. We are SMS, where expertise, innovation, and sustainability converge for a better future.
Buddy, confidence मानना पड़ेगा. दोस्त आ रहा है. Fast coding inverted OCG from blue confidence. Right? वो होगा न्यू स्टार्ट गर्मी की छुट्टी. About so sugar and the founder actually of so yes. That's not actually a lot of books. Guarda, però, sì, qualcosa che non fare, sta sempre però come se tu conosci la so, quello subito non trovo because this is showing that sort of this the street. The same management is always from some technical starts again, which is showing to do that. Organization, facility management, never seen very frustrating, but very fulfilling. I think was just the most important functions with any organization because we can both facility management activity, cost efficiency, factors, security. So the assets are managed by the value to be complete. And switch facility management is also so eventually so that it's a big plus so discussions and conversations and operation key aspects of facility management. We have a lot of interesting balance where we talk about sustainability, we talk about change, we talk about the and because strong relationship that is right. So, good morning. So, actually, doesn't mean that facility management shows. I would have to success students and also so 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 I'm very so Thank you so much for that. So, with that, it was supposed to be a fireside chat, but I believe now it's a panel discussion. The first one was, and so my name is adding to the list. First one is an adapting personality management for a client resilient user. Still gets managed for something. So, the first reference. What a personality session was. It's urgent checkdown. That's also one of these. I think still like it's kind of in this session, which I now touch on one second. I think we start communications. Let's now welcome them guys. And hello, it's not thank you.
Morning, everyone. Um, I hope I can at least talk that loud, so I should focus on the stage at the moment and leave your phones for some time. Today we are talking about facility management, and we already have my guest with us. We have Azim with us. We have Anil. We have Vaibhav. So we'll start with certain common questions. In order to keep this session in a way where we can talk about certain common topics, which will give you the knowledge about facility management. Not like facility management, we haven't heard the topic. Of course, yes, we've been hearing it, but there is a lot to talk about. So to start with, I would just love if you can describe in your own words what you think where facility management is going. Is the climate issues we're facing and we're shifting towards this. So we'd like to start with Anil maybe.
Uh, yeah, thank you, Kanika. Yeah,
Yes.
okay. So, as everybody knows, and I think we all are into facility management here. See, we have, from a couple of decades, we have evolved like anything from a background performer. Now we are the front stage runner. Uh, our role becomes more important when we talk about topics like this. When risk management comes into the picture, right? So, and when I talk about risk management, see, there is a cost to the action what we take. Of course, there is a cost to not to take any action. If our any of the premises get interrupted, or if something is not working, there is a revenue loss, which is direct loss, right? And there is a loss to the cost of the organization also. So, from facility management, our focus nowadays uh, has, towards these conditions wherein our maybe the business would interrupt or our workplace scenarios would get interrupted. I would like to give a very local example of Delhi NCR, wherein in winters everybody knows that AQIs like go through the roof, right? So and then employees refrain to come to office in like that kind of work culture which we have nowadays. So how to mitigate that? Because there's a certain organization wherein they want people in the office, they want to work in a corporate environment. So how do we fix that? So we need to address, and we are the correct person to address it, right? So facility managers, it's our responsibility to correct it. So with the help of HEPA filters, and it has to be predictive, maintenance. We know that every year this is going to happen. So how we are fixing those into our system, and then how we are making sure that our CXOs and the management who are taking decisions in the business are aligned with that, and they have that confidence that during these peak disturbance days or seasons, we are there for them. And there are other couple of examples also, Bangalore, Mumbai floods. So with the climate change, we have to bring design into the implementation, and then that's what we are doing nowadays.
So, Arjun, I think I would like you to add on something for us because you're somebody who's been building a lot of co-working spaces. As he rightly said that I think this is a very good topic he picked out that, even the employees want a lot of topics to be discussed when it comes to pollution or to the levels in the room and air and structures. So you've been building a lot of co-working spaces. So you're saying to this.
Yeah. So my perspective on this uh, new age challenges that we face is one risk that he talked about was air quality, right? Apart from that, there are many other risks that are also involved. For example, overconsumption of all your resources. So, um, which is, for example, electricity, whatever, everything that you have as a setup in your organization, right? In your everyday usage of water, for example, everything that is a natural resource is obviously energy, water, everything is scarce. Looking at that, we as a co-working space, we never base ourselves as someone who is a large organization. We always keep innovation in-house for every spot that we have. So, for example, our Delhi sites are majorly currently working in-house with picking up the community, and we are making the community to design systems which are very specific to our workspaces, right? So they are making sensors for our co-working space in Delhi and Faridabad, right? We chose Faridabad to enter Faridabad first because obviously it was rated as the second most polluting city in India, right? And we chose that we will take a factory and we will convert it back to a workspace which will be grade E to a grade A. So we are on that task of making it a grade A. On top of it, 50% of our load. So as a case study, 50% of our electricity load is through solar right now. We are on grid there. We have water harvesting. 60% of all rainwater that lands on our floor goes onto replenishment as well as consumption again, right? So these are systems that have been built because I try to keep the partnerships with the building very deep in a sense that we build that building to a grade A for the landlord, and that helps us to get a little more ownership on the building. And then it gives us the ownership of having working on the civil part of the building, right, at the external scale as well. So this is the kind of partnership agreements. I think the main crux of it is to work with the landlord of an old building and make the partnership agreement such that they give you the ownership to move towards a sustainable practice. So that is where I think the risk mitigation also happens through a good partnership.
Yeah. Ashish, you want to add?
Just wanted to add on here. Warm welcome to everyone. So I think facility management, when we speak it about as a whole, now I think I'll go back to basics. It's all about basic. Setting basics right, following the right practices. I think that's where it starts with the facility management. I want to share an example with all of you. What happened recently is that so we basically are into co-working segment, trying to be into a segment which is more of an enterprise solution. We have a couple of buildings in Udyog Vihar. So what recently happened with us in the building is that obviously the rainwater seeped in. A lot of areas got damp, seepages came in, and that's how where we learned. Eventually, what happened is that when we acquired the new building with the what sir rightly said about having that right collaboration with the landlords also, and in the process educating them to probably understand the importance of it, because for them it's a pure business, but for us like companies especially which we are into, it's very important for us to probably understand the importance that we are into customer service at the end of the day, right? So we learned in the process and we try to make those changes, that what mistakes which we did earlier, it's not repeated. We did whatever proofing was required. We did second level of POP works. We did multiple things to probably make sure that these things do not come. And eventually, it is all preventive maintenance, right? At the end of the day. So we into facility management, we have the gears, which we do it for preventive maintenance, like monsoon preparedness is one important aspect which we talk about, and eventually in the process also help into the rainwater harvesting, which rightly sir again mentioned about it. In again Gurgaon Udyog Vihar, I think a lot of companies who are operating, they know what happens that we have tanker systems coming in, right, for the WC usage, washroom usage, and all, and the bathing purposes. We spend a lot of money into it. But when you have a special system which is defined into the water harvesting and the STP system working, it obviously eventually saves a lot of cost, which is at the end of the day very important for any organization to run successfully.
Right. So, I think I have this specific question from you. We all listen a lot about this word name Bharat being used with a lot of companies, and that is what we've been promoting from India to Bharat. Are we really adapting facility management? Is there companies really following this? Because as a company, when we talk about something, yes, we do talk about it, but would you like to some percentage in front of us are Indian companies or companies in Bharat are really adapting facility management facilities in-house? Or you still think that we lack somewhere? Don't tell me you were not prepared for this.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to, kind of
Yes.
gather my thoughts on this. See, facility management, when we talk about, mainly we think of corporates, right? And we think of metropolitan cities. So as a Bharat, I would say that we are very much there in facility management, wherein we are kind of adopting new technologies. And of course, every country, every region, as we are discussing, would have different challenges, would have different risk. So the risk mapping would be different, but then how we are getting the solution through facility management, of course, and through planned facility management, what we are talking about, we are very much there. Now, when you say Bharat, so I would say that, are we there wherein, we are kind of getting those solution in-house within India, we able to develop those. So for that, I would say we are midway, right? So most of the new things which are coming, facility management, through the routes of US or Europe, right? So we saw that the suites, facility management, for example, for example, HVAC innovation and smart buildings. So we're coming through that route. Of course, we still have uh, opportunities. I would say US provides equal opportunities as team was we have to have a dialogue system because that's what was lacking. Even mentioned, we see that. So for that, the simpler solution in terms of managing your infrastructure, managing your backups, and you need to see your backups, all investments, you need to keep them on for somewhere else at places, which is a very basic thing. Um, so this is a technological vision thing, but then from that, because I don't think that exists a technological thing, which would be QI level to that part. Because that's something which is coming from Western world, right? It's something which is more Eastern, which is more in China and in India. So for that, our HVAC systems, uh, I would say in building, where we had a pilot project where we kind some iteration to our system, and which was very much Bharat. So we had our own HQ partner from India. So what we did for winters, we experience high level of AQIs. We have a system where we can install HEPA into it. And with HEPA, because you these were from the these and VFDs, they have to start. So what we do is needs to be operated in winters. So we just have to because sometimes we and we have long solution is the only issue and these we have to control their airflows like that. So these are localized solution, but they work very fine. So yes, take on Bharat versus.
Thank you so much. But I, still would love to ask this: how technology is bringing changes to facility management? Because I can't see 2025 without a tech involved anywhere. Where we are talking about AI, we are talking to the world about certain tools and data. We can't miss on a very important point. So I'm not saying that humans are not a part of it. We all have. But how technology is shifting the whole facility management area in your perspective, and what tools you think can be utilized, how career is shifting, because of technology entering into the world so fast. So would you like to say something on this?
So from our building the ecosystem and the environment of what you're giving as a co-working space, because it is a shared workspace, you will always see people having different requirements from the same place, right? So you need to have a universal way of efficiently using all the resources. Uh, for that, one is the HVAC system and what Anil talked about. And apart from that, there will always be, I'm more of an energy consumption side. I move towards energy consumption first. And then I move to the next set of things, which is okay, on this, what technology can be deployed. So from the energy part of view, again, I'll take the example of one of the co-working spaces that we have. We have Facilio app that we use, which is used for us to know what is our consumption from each meter. So we have smart metering in the back by one company called Shelly, if you know Shelly devices. So these devices are being executed at the electrical point level. It took a long time to understand what could be the requirement if you're looking for high kilowatt kind of consumption. So Shelly was unable to do it. So we went into that research part where we talked about our community designing those devices for us, which were very specific to our requirements. And then we deployed it on our meters, right? So now, uh, for me to switch off the lights of one of the buildings in a whole at a 50,000 square feet is just click of a button from my app and everything just shuts off at MCB level. So that is kind of the automation that I want to see in places where obviously you know Haryana and how industrial zones in Haryana work in electricity. So you have to be efficient in your own thing. That is one thing that we have learned over a period of time, and we have delivered on some of them. Apart from that, obviously, what I see that is coming very swiftly in our ecosystem is robotic process automation. So we have to make sure that softwares reach a point where all our processes of reporting, our processes of deploying a new technology, training, everything becomes automated so that we can deliver at scale and not cause the training cost to go up as well as the auditing cost should also not go up. So there are a lot of softwares that anyone can design. These are not very complicated softwares. If you think first principle, it is basically 5 people involved in your facility in one location. What do they need to make sure that their time is saved in the day? Right? If they become redundant, they start thinking innovation about the innovation. So my task as a owner of that brand is to make them the Hindi word vela, right? Punjabi word vela, right? So I try to make them that so that everything that they do should be automated. They think about innovation, right? This is where I think the word should go. The uh, automation will be the main part. Apart from that, physical robotics, went to Startup Mahakumbh very recently. Saw some amazing products coming in, which are basically robots that can just replace things that are redundant in your system. So if physical robotics can be used at scale, that is another thing that is I'm seeing as something that is innovated in Bharat and is being done by fully scaled up to be available at a cost that is used for anything that you need, right? So
Thank you, Arjun. Ashish, would you like to add something that what are the future innovation in facility management? A company should see that it's coming and they should follow and study about it from now onwards. So would you like to put some light on this?
yes, I think reinvention in the facility management is very important. So I just wanted to share an example quickly. Last week only, I cannot reveal the name of the company, but we as a company under co-working, we are doing a transaction with an IT giant. And for me, at my age also, it was a learning, probably meeting those real estate heads of that company. And when I got to know that there is a technology which they are using in their one of the US offices, that it counts the number of people who are entering into a washroom. It maintains um, and I was intrigued to know obviously more in detail that the moisture content also is being basically captured in the washroom, and that's how it gives an automatic sensor to the housekeeping team sitting in probably 500 meters away from that location in a large building. The housekeeping supervisor gets an information, he goes and probably does the cleaning altogether. So I was very impressed. To probably have that people learning from there. Secondly, a very basic again example I was talking to him about, like again, it's part of facility management. It's not technical, but I think something very important for people to be just aware about is the kind of hinges which the doors are being used. So for us probably it's basically very basic stuff that push pull kara darwaza khul gaya band ho gaya, but then there are certain hinges which are automatically devised and it doesn't open the door on the either side. So if it is a push, it has to be a push. If it's a pull, it has to be a pull. So I think those two elements which I can recall right now in my last 10 days of learnings and experiences which I have got to know. And one very important thing which for me in my particular role is very critical is of course cost. And for a facility management company, sorry, a vertical to be aligned to is the usage of the HVAC system. So I think we have got discovered the systems of sensors which are being installed. We also have done a pilot project in one of our locations in Bombay and in Gurgaon, where we're trying to capture the utility of the HVAC systems through the HUs, and that's how basically it is giving us a replicated result, which we really want to save on. And I was surprised in the pilot project itself, we were able to save more than 30% of the cost in the peak summer season, which was last month. So I think those elements are really coming into play when it is coming to evolving to technology from facility management point of view.
So, Anil, are you guys or CK Birla Group is investing into green buildings also? Would you like to talk about it? Under any certifications of IGBC or something like that?
Yeah, sure. Before that, I just wanted to contribute
Sure.
to the last question. So when we talk about facilities and technology, they are going hand on hand. Right now, there are so many technologies which are coming into facility management, and that's how the center of I would say the solution which we are looking at would be employee experience or human experience. So how do we elevate that? So technology has a larger role to play with it. As you said that there are different software, there are different solutions which are in the market, which would instantly give you some kind of database, which again, would result into selection of your maybe technical team, housekeeping team in terms of maybe predictive maintenance. You are very defined about that. So in our last company, which was a very new-age company, US, we had a system wherein our cameras could detect what is the mood of the company, everybody who is entering into the office. So it will give us which would show that are the employees are they feeling happy, are they feeling sad, are they knowing about something. So on practical grounds, these examples, I'd say this particular uh, the use of technology comes into picture when we had to announce something within the company, right? And during the appraisal cycles, how is the mood of the company? During finals, or during some event when we have something which is coming up. So we used to use this technology. Uh, so there are multiple ways to use technology in different companies. It depends what is the DNA of your company. So now I'll come to this question. See, I would say as a company, we are midway around, right? When we say green and lead buildings, and do we need to invest on that, or is we looking forward for that? What is the ROI of that? So there are, in cities like Delhi NCR or in Mumbai, there is hardly some scope for new buildings, and if, there are areas which are coming up, but then as a group, are you looking to invest there because then your employee database, or maybe if you have some clientele in the building, you are looking for those also. So, what is the ROI you are going to drive? So then the question comes that, do you want to retrospect something within the building, then those certifications? Then the other question, which is that, is the building ready for that? Right. So there are different dynamics to it. But of course, as a group, we are looking forward to it. There are certain buildings which we have retrospected. There are new buildings which are coming up, and we have already do the design element of it with the new certification or new technologies, ESG norms which are coming up in the market.
I would like to ask Arjun from you, moving forward, as Anil said that a lot of time it depends on clients what they want from us when it comes to green buildings. Is it a lack of us educating them? Because when we say that in India, we are still not going to a level of green buildings like international we are. So, do you think it's a lack from the companies who are into facility management? Are we failed to explain them the concept of green buildings? Or do you think it's the investment when companies come and ask for a project, they think it's on a higher part? So what you think where we are lacking, because I don't know since when in my childhood I've been hearing this green building concept, and that's what we all used to hear when it comes to facility management. I hope I'm right. But I would love to know that why still at this era where internationally people are growing so much, and we are still saying that it depends on clients whether they want to go for a green buildings or not. Whether I think it's our duty to explain them that why do we need green buildings. So would you like to tell me that where we are lacking here?
So I'll try to understand this question. So basically, there are two parts to the question from my side. So one is the customer's expectation from the building,
Yeah.
and the other side is the landlord's way of building the building.
Yes, my question was that why we are not adapting green buildings. As Anil said, that a lot of time people come up with their own thoughts. They tell us that we need this and this. So if we are saying that green buildings are important for us, for our climate resilience, then why we are still not that data is not saying that we have a lot of green buildings here. So are we lacking in educating people that what is the positives of green buildings?
See, I'll put some light to the challenge in an example that I have observed in two countries. So one is UK, and I'll compare it with India, right? So the Western countries are right now in a structured approach handling carbon credits. The way they handle carbon credits is commendable. Why do I say that? Is that it has percolated down to the whole value chain, and you see exhibitions only on sustainable products and materials. There is nothing else in those exhibitions, and they are as big as any uh, normal builders exhibition happening in the UK. Why does that happen? The government is aligned to you uh, working and trading in carbon credits, right? Trading of carbon credits has caused the whole ecosystem there to actually value the adoption of it. It is not about, see, a human being will never adopt something if there is nothing coming back to them as a gain out of it. So that gain has been put into the value chain in that country, right? Here, we are doing it from our heart, I would like to say. We are doing it because our companies have a CSR policy. We are doing it because we have a green building, a brand that needs to be picked up, right? We are also doing it because our cost efficiency. So it's very specific to our own requirement within that ecosystem that we are building in that building, right? So when change happens, right? So I was discussing with Anil also. So when change happens, when they start structuring, he was putting a very logical point there, where I would like you to put that point.
Yeah, sure.
So when something structured comes up,
Yeah.
what will the change management do?
So basically, we were discussing about that. It it depends on the compliance also, compliance part also, how government is pushing it, right? So as you said that in UK and in Western countries, there is the system of credits, right? Why do a company want to go for credits? Because in US and in European nation, they have the zero target as 2050, right? So the governments are already looking towards, on these compliances very they have given some mandates with the company to that it's a company need to be net zero by 2050. So the organization which are working with the company are very much part of it and you also need to be compliant to it. So these organizations are already doing that, they're in this path. And R is 2070, right? So what we are our limit is that we're talking about it, but then in terms of compliances and terms of new regulations, we are not there. So that's what he's saying that it's our wish, whether we want it or not, right? Right now we are seeing ROE in terms of tangible assets, money, and revenue, right? Then, all of a sudden, maybe in 2035 or 2040, where there will be compliances to zero. So these equipments were creating right now, we find themselves like there's a lot to catch up, right? There would be a lot to invest. So it's better that you be proactive and in the market keep now you can keep so that you can use this very late when firms arrive. So that's
And then opposite, the structure of how you implement for the future market, which will be more structured,
Is the biggest challenge. So if you go in the wrong direction of creating your own carbon credits and you then change comes in, change management will take too much cost to you. And then the adoption will again be hampered by the whole process of now we have done all this, now we need to convert it to this compliance, right? So this is where the whole challenging part of carbon credits and all those things is my perspective on it.
yeah, and of course for the green building, in the ecosystem, even leaders are part of it, right? They know about it, so they know that if they are going to invest in the building, which is a green building, they know that it could be possible to be getting a marginal extra money than the competitor in the market, or maybe this is the existing inventor in the market. So right now, I think they are also playing very smart. They're also giving you operational saving of certain percentage wherein it's responsibility of people like us when we are presenting our business cases. It's not upfront investment of some rupee per square feet versus some saving in some rupee per square feet. It has to be maybe a 5 years kind of business case which we need to present, and then all the intangible things which we are going to get in this market and through sustainability or through our reporting systems. So we are going to get benefit of it. So eventually you will see that there is no difference as such. Yes, upfront if you see with the existing inventory which are not green buildings versus green buildings, there is a different commercially also. But eventually within 5 years you would land on the same spend.
So, Ashish, I would like to come to you if you would like to add on something. Or do you think that InQ Space has done any project, maybe, for any of your building, where you have created any advanced technology, keeping facility management into your mind and climate resilience? Any green building projects you have done for your own building? So, would you like to state something on this?
Yeah, so in continuation to what we just heard, one very important thing which we are doing as an initiative in one of the buildings again in Gurgaon is organic greenery. So in our buildings, we are in-house trying to do some organic farming, small level, to probably incorporate that kind of a structure where people also get involved. I think when I was hearing them out, I think it is more towards being sensitive. I think that sense of being sensitive is really missing in people. Um, in addition, also I want to add on is that in Udyog Vihar, I don't know how many people have been there especially during the working hours or through the working days. What happens, the traffic is a big problem, and I'm sure that a lot of people must have come, including myself, from Gurgaon or Faridabad. So again, companies like us, Idea Shacks, InQ Space, we have incorporated something called motivating people to come by bicycle also. So within the premises, we are creating a track. It's a large campus, 3.5 lakh square feet of a campus where we are trying to incorporate a bicycle track for people. We are motivating people to come by walk and by bicycle, and then that's how basically it is also incorporating them to add on extra incentives for them, to the individuals, to the people, every companies. And the response has been tremendous. As in, we have a company, the company in a sense, they have a headcount of around 1,100 people operating in what Udyog Vihar building. And the facility head, the real estate head, basically, when he came down to see the facility and the option which we shared them, they were really, really happy about it. That, but see, these companies really value it. They have their own CSR initiatives. They have their own in-house libraries, organic farming on whatever level. I think just added on, I think it's again one important aspect. Cycling tracks and all these things are really impacting. And I think companies, when what I said again, want to repeat it, being sensitive towards thinking about these things, I think really it is really going to make an impact. I think companies are doing it big time right now. So I think this is really adding on in the facility management vertical.
Sure. So, Anil, I would like to know that, of course, we are not a small country. We already have a lot of, old constructions being made with, a lot of big companies. We just can't randomly go to everybody and tell that, move this to a green building. That's not a possibility. So, is your company or anybody of you think we talk about restructuring the old building with some new trends coming into the facility management? If yes, then what would be the process? What should be the add-ons and how we can do it? I think I want three of you to answer on this perspective.
Yeah, of course. So, see, as a company, or maybe any company who wants a building and who is in the dilemma that do I need to invest in this particular building? I would say just take a lens of ROI also. And when you take a lens of ROI, you would end up, see, it's not about green building always, right? It's about that what is the impact your building or maybe people who are working within the building are making on environment or ESG is larger. So, where not, the basic structure of the building would not be able, will not be possible to change. If you're not getting good sunlight, then it won't make any sense that, you break your walls and put some pillars, get some glasses, right? Because you're not going to do that kind of daylight that we are looking at. Uh, towards LEED certification, right? Don't just invest on your existing system, maybe invest on your HVAC system, invest on your drainage system, which eventually will affect your business operation. Invest on something else, just try to understand your DNA, try to understand what is the value proposition of that particular building. See, I work from a building which is in CP, right? So it's like the area wherein we cannot afford to demolish the building and construct a new one, right, with all the certifications. It makes much more sense that we invest in the existing systems, and wherever possible we just try to contribute to the new technology or through the new solution which are coming up.
Sure. Arjun, would you like to add something?
So one challenge with sustainable building from taking an old building and then converting it into something that you want to make it over a period of time is obviously there is a ROI that is having a negative impact on your maths, right? So basically, you have to make your customer or the person who is going to take that building as one of the stakeholders in the whole process of getting the building to that thing, which is that you are old building with an experience that is coming up, which will be not the same experience as you get in a new grade A building, because they are standard experiences which are easy to measure, easy to deal with, because you have one floor plate, you have this much of setup, this most of the things are more universal there. Here it is more specific to a building, and you have to get the ownership of the person who is going to occupy it. That is how you can build it. Otherwise, there is no point of building sustainable buildings from an old building and making it a new grade A. Right? That's where.
And this last thing I want to add on is that when we talk about restructuring a building, I think see ROI of course comes into play, and I'm from everyone is being there for a business, but when there is something which is non-negotiable, it's very important to probably think through those lines. I can just request through this forum with people, landlords, where I have got the opportunity to probably connect with people, talk about numbers, but when it comes to certain non-negotiables, it's really important. Probably you can amortize your cost into that, but and see how things can shape up. But I think that having said that, done is that I was just going to again quote an example, a lot of examples to talk about. When our last transaction, one of our landlords, we requested them to probably invest in the floor leveling. One very basic thing. What happened? We got to know seepage coming in. We are getting certain external facade towards the area where it attracts a lot of heat to be painted into green. So very basic stuff again, which I started this discussion with, going to basics, trying to understand the importance. And certain again non-negotiables. I think it is very important to probably really factor into when you are doing those transactions and thinking about it, because at the end it's for us, it's for us, our family, and I think people around us.
Well, I think great insights because why I asked this question because I wanted to tell the world whenever we want to start something new, we think of a concept कि दोबारा से करना पड़ेगा, नया बनाना पड़ेगा. So I wanted to tell the world if you want to bring the change, you can always start from somewhere in your own companies, in your own house structure. So facility management doesn't always say that कि कुछ नया ही बनाना है, कुछ बड़ा ही करना है. छोटी छोटी शुरुआत हमें अपने देश के लिए करनी चाहिए. That is why I genuinely asked this question. Though I myself was not prepared for this question, but it just came into the agenda. So before we close this session, if you want to tell any successful project, if you can name it, of course I understand you all belong to certain companies, but people should follow and read and study how successful they are and what changes they've got on the table. So any project you want to talk, any good example which we should research and we should study on the topic.
Just want to add on as in this onto this nothing hidden. I think we as a company have done a transaction with one of the leading banks of India, and with one center being set up in one of the offices in Lucknow for them, around 500 workstations 2 years back. We are doing them with them a multi-city transaction, and the only reason was that they were happy to spend, given that if we can deliver what they really want. So again, I was just talking about non-negotiables. There were certain things which were non-acceptable to them, and they were okay. They told our management, the team, that okay, we are going to spend this amount, but you have to make sure that you are giving that those things to us. And that was a landmark project for us in Lucknow, which we are doing and replicating a lot of centers. We have done some high-end technology. I sorry I missed that you talked about the CCTV camera, which really senses the emotions of people, and we did that pilot. Of course, it did not work out due to some reasons, but we did try that in that center, HVAC system in a different level altogether, water system, and I think that was one example which came to my mind, Ritika.
Sure. Anything, Rajan, you want to add on?
So for me, the project in Faridabad is a case in point. So it is a factory. It was a carbon generating factory. It was the blackest building that you've ever seen. And if you now hop in, you will see a kitchen garden in the back. You will see water harvesting happening on the floor. Then you will see electrical systems being automated. You will see solar panels being put on the roof, which are actually adding to the energy consumption. And we are basically we are becoming the symbol for a city. Apart from that, we are also culturally involved with the city. Brands like Robin Hood Army are partnered with us in that location, and the whole team comes in, takes all the wastage from our community members as well, and takes it across and spreads it into the economy. So, from a cultural point of view, we are very involved with that city. We are also very involved with the product that we are building there. So that is one of the case points that people have now are talking about in that city. So you should always visit. Yeah.
Won't take much time. I will just, for the project, recently we did a project, and of course, when we were thinking of the solution, we thought of that, it has to be future ready, it has to create immediate effect, and it has to be sustainable, right? So there were three dimensions which we thought of. First one, second one was, the employee experience, and third one was, of course, the ROI. So we implemented IoT basically, and this may be another topic for some other day. But then we implemented IoT in the multi-floor building, which is working completely fine.
Thank you so much. Anybody from the audience have any questions before we close down today for this session? No questions? I think you have. Finally, somebody was listening to us. Please. Anybody can give her the mic, please?
Yeah. So my question is to Ashish. Ashish, you said that, many companies are getting accustomed to the Western, practices of green management, like the cycling track, etc. When it comes to the cycling track using cycles, it's good in the Western countries because they are pollution-free countries, right? Do you think that's actually wise for the Indian employee to come and, suffer the pollution which the country is, giving it to the employee? And it's going to be a better thing for the well-being of the employee when it comes to India?
It's a good question. So, but just to answer that, we wanted to add something which is different. As in, I have not seen something like that. Having said that, in addition to the cycle track, what I mentioned is that we are also trying to create the entire track into green area. So that's what we wanted to add into and as value add. Whatever was possible at our end, we thought let's do it. Because what was happening, people they were going out. Again, they were using their own cards. They were probably trying to add something which was not even required. So that's how the idea which came in, and we thought that let's start to do it. Just to say that, of course, in India, if you're trying to, as in, understand from India's perspective, the kind of environment and the AQI level which we're living into, probably not a right practice to that extent, but I think it is somehow it is really adding some value to it. That's what we basically thought. Maybe if not from the environmental point of view, but maybe from health point of view, that's what the idea of basically to add that value to our customers. I think that was the only bit which thought about to probably incorporate that.
Maybe just a suggestion there. Instead of calling an employee from home to their offices through cycle, if you're actually making a green zone within campus, you should encourage some half an hour, 20 minutes they can take during the day to do cycling in that green zone. That will make things
That's the only intention. So the cycles, which I say that they are probably these are only located within the premises only. So these cycles are there for the users to probably install within that premises. Yeah, good point well taken. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We'll wrap up the session now. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much to the audience, the lovely audience who've been listening patiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, sure, please, before you leave. Thank you. And thank you for moderating that. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry for the dog outside me. So we can make it the next time. Next time. ये बहुत बड़े प्यार से भगवान है टाइम खत्म करने डरा हूँ चलो next one again it's a final discussion it's on sustainable for greener tomorrow also input and the shadow view of should move to the stage after the Tanya senior house to do I'm also similar forming Asha forming an in the morning it's a structure so we soon I'm spiritual. Infrastructure, infrastructure, welcome to the applause for it for playing. Let's try again and welcome them, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So are we ready to roll? Yeah. Yeah. So thank you very much, listeners, for and events organizers for choosing this topic. I must say, and what drew me to this is the sustainability and the climate impact. As they say, the the lowest common denominator for this is the operations and stuff that we really begin with. And when you talk about facility management, you're talking about assets, you're talking about people, you're talking about operations. It's typical aspect of everything that you do, your house comes into being. It's where the actions, it's where that thought should also be there about how to make action of ours more sustainable and uh, clean in terms of the evolution of the footprint that we leave behind. So doing each of this, we have to the activities that we do. So having said that, I got a very esteemed panel where being experts in the field. My degree is and outsource all my recipe management and asset management outside from building infrastructure and real estate on set class. But I'm very committed to the sustainability factor in the assets, and that's one of the reasons. So we can actually ask them practitioners their views and how they look at each one of this. And to begin with, my fundamental question is we should look at each of these activity that we do as a value driver from an ESG point of view, not just cost center. Typically, हमको when we have text development in recently with digital transformation. Similarly, facility management is a cost center. Make किया. So the focus remains कि मैं cost कैसे check करूँ. Delivering efficiency because it's also about efficiency right now we're talking about. So I would call it instead of cost cutting, let's call it cost optimization number one, because it's derived, it is attached to value. And then we also have a ESG quotient to it, saying it's a value driver for the entire operational activities. So going on that, let can facility operations go beyond just cost and efficiency, and how can you make them as a enabler of certain goals that you will keep? So let me start with you, Andir, and take your view because you follow ICICI Home Finance, and I'm sure that you are running a very large facility and it's very people-centric approach. You have to make your people happy. So given all the priorities and objectives and given that you manage assets, everything else, how would you bring in the strategic element of the ESG goals into the operations that you have? Yeah, thank you so much. This is a very apt question to start the whole discussion with. See, with the change coming in the mindset and with the requirement which is there, it's very important for the facility department to build that kind of seriousness around this goal, which is the layer of ESG. I think the layer of ESG itself as the seriousness to your goal, which was not there earlier. In fact, I see it as an opportunity. And in numerous discussions over the last couple of years, wherever I've been, I always advocated that the best people to be are the facilities management. Somehow, some of the companies are perhaps looking at
some other people to have this ESG role, who have a bit of CA experience or you think it's more of finance. No, it's not more of finance. It's somebody who has to be uh, personally involved and understand practically and also have the knowledge to build it up, which I feel all three are there in the facility management industry. With that in mind, I think the first change we should quickly get into is even if the company overall does not have a culture of ESG or the culture of sustainability which is visible, it may be having a bits and pieces. The facility management team or the department should speak the same language as far as this culture is concerned. They should evolve in a manner that it's very clearly seen by the rest of the company that they are a separate identity and they call for certain value system and they follow those value systems. So with these things, I think we can make a good beginning in driving the whole agenda of ESG. Unless we have the seriousness or we have the culture indeed, and we have the knowledge base and we have the skills to further follow it up, I think this will then only remain on paper, maybe on forums like this. It will not get practiced. Anything else?
So you want to add to this? And essentially, what should be the narrative from cost and efficiency to compliance, emissions, how they also impact, and how do you look at it from your operational standpoint, Doctor?
So thank you first of all for having me here, sir, and the panel and the business world ESG panel everywhere here. I think I'm in August company, and to answer something which has been very rightly identified by you, sir. Like you said, FM is seen as an expense department, and we everything that the department does or says gets budgeted. What I agree completely with you is that ESG is something that the department needs to live with. It is not a cost center. We would like to call it an investment. This is how the management in PVR Inox, we see it as an investment in our future and in our present generations. This is not something that we do not only to get, of course, the credit points, the carbon emissions that you are getting by saving those. This is also now a mandate which is getting given from the top. They say every department, not just FM. Everybody has to contribute, start thinking, which is in line with the ESG, which is pro environment, which is pro social, and which is pro governance. This is not something that we will do because the government asks us, because somebody else wants us, because this is the only way if we want to survive in today's time. PVR Anox is spread across over 116 cities. This is not something that one city could pick and choose, one cinema could pick and choose. This has to be culturally imbibed. There are some very conscious decisions that we have taken as an organization towards this side, where we say no single use plastic. That's something that we don't want. And this happens from the time of procurement. So the whole cycle has to be seen that from where are you sourcing. It starts from there. And this is not restricted to one department. What I agree with sir to say, yes, FM, we would like to be the custodians of it, but we want everybody to pitch in because everybody is sourcing, everybody is generating waste. What are we doing with the waste? How are we segregating it? How are we reducing it? How are we recycling it? How are we not sending it to the landfills? So all the processes which have some way or the other a negative impact on the environment have been mapped out, and there have been uh, action at every point. That okay, we start from step one. What needs to be done at step one? How do I source right?
I think that's a good example. She's running Inox, and then there is this huge generation of, as she said, plastic bottles waste, and then how to be able to manage them. So I just wanted some examples, and she probably gave it. And I think that's a good start to in terms of saying how we are using BSG to monitor too. Now,
I just add one point here from the experience of ICC Whole Finance Company. Uh, there are so many companies which are now giving loans for houses. And one important aspect of the housing loans is also the plot or the area where the houses or the residential community is coming up.
The latest problem which is going to figure out for India is the groundwater. If you are aware, there was an earthquake in Delhi sometime back. The reason for that was that the groundwater of Delhi was depleted too much. So there's a kind of vacuum which is created inside the hole, created inside, which is creating the turbulence. That could have been one of the reasons for the earthquake. Now going forward, we need to be careful on what kind of land we are building these houses on. Whether there's enough water table to sustain those places for the next 10 years, 5 years or not. This is a serious problem. Fortunately, there are agencies and there are efforts around this to identify these kind of water tables, to identify how the recharging of those groundwater can be done and make it sustainable. So I think there has to be an amalgamation of efforts of not only those who are providing finance for the housing, but also for those who are understanding this whole game from the environmental point of view and trying to build it up together.
Thank you for that. I will now shift to a different of smart infrastructure. So sustainable infrastructure. So what role does technology, and I'll direct this question to Sringi here with Blue Star. He's been the sales head and he's been selling technology and coolers and chillers. So he understands the absorption and all stuff like that. So what role does technology, especially IoT, sensors, etc., play a role in creating the infrastructure much more greener and contribute to their sustainability, especially in this current environment? And how do you address that?
Good morning. It's indeed a pleasure to be part of this evening. When we speak about the sustainable building, to create a sustainable building, sustainable environment, so we stakeholders involved in the project play a vital role. It starts from the government, stipulating the norms. And as a manufacturer, we should manufacture products which is complying with the international standards and meet the energy efficiency requirements. When it comes to developers, of course, they don't look at the facility as on the first cost and working on equipment based on the total life cycle cost savings. And when it comes to the engineering consultants, we also look at energy efficient products. These are choosing the what product is available in a market, so they can look at what product is suitable for specific projects. So this way, if you look at and similarly, each stakeholders plays vital role. And then when it comes to technology and IoT, as a manufacturer, what we do is once we sell the products, we need to maintain this. So we have remote monitoring facility, and we are using the IoT. So the chillers or equipments we are selling in the market, it's all monitored. So what is the advantage of this? This gives the information to the service team, and it triggers the customers. The machine has to be maintained, and gives the proactively, we inform the customers to go for the maintenance. So this way it reduces the energy and carbon footprint. Yes.
Thank you, Srini. See, what is essentially digital twins or like building management systems or live water testing, energy transition? Today, the market is full of people looking for clean and affordable energy alternates. Then monitoring of this like smart metering system. I'm also a venture capitalist. I invest in climate tech and clean tech and deep tech technology. So I'm actually familiar with a lot of algorithm based efficiency in commercial buildings that I build. I adopt technologies to bring 30% efficiency in the green buildings. Now, people are getting aware. It's not like the old time clean tech kiosks that we also talk about ESG. ESG was a much abused word in the olden days. Now, the next 10, 15 years, as I see, people don't have a choice. Governments don't have a choice. People have to know whether you are in service business or whether you are in manufacturing business or now the concept of when you are developing states like DLF, you have to put district cooling system to optimize the entire cooling efficiency. If you put a district cooling system in DLF here or Hirandani Pavai or Thane Hirandani estate of 400, 600 acres development, you are actually bringing to the entire energy efficiency of about 25 to 30%, which means you have saved instead of 100, you are consuming 70 and 30 is green power for it. So it's the impact. Go to Gift City in Ahmedabad, the way they have developed underground piping. So once you have a house like the Europe, every connection will be at your home, which is all laid down and done. it's not still easy in the Indian context because of laws, land, policy, differentiated developers, government developing some government policies, sometimes renewable policies not so. I think when all of this comes together, what you see is today's action, what I see in the last 2, 3 years and the next 10 years to follow, it's going to be green in whatever things that you do. Right from getting up in the morning, wearing your tie, switching on the AC, building the plant, sitting in your car, you're all managing footprint. So how you can reduce each of this using supermade products, by changing your lifestyle habits or whatever, because the global warming is a real threat now. And finally, when I pull all of this together and say what is the impact of climate action, that's what is happening. And we are studying in a city which is the most polluted in terms of air. That's why we have done this alternate things and on every alternate day you can flex grid. So I don't know what's happened to that now. I think those are all, not sustainable measures. People will use cars. So instead of that, can we one day stand pension, all cars in Delhi are thrown out and only electrical vehicles to be used? And then it requires huge amount of charging infrastructure. Then you have to have stations. Then people's mindset have to change. Then यहाँ से दिल्ली से जयपुर जाऊँ लेकिन 200 किलोमीटर के बीच में रुक गया तो मैं क्या करूँ? So there are fears. So once we are attacking those, I think if on a national level we are going to different parts of the country and exchange views with IITs and the farms and as that say with policy makers. I think this is something which I can today confidently say India is not going to run away. We are all working towards it. And each one of you sitting here, I chose to come here because I thought I'm going to talk to operators. तो सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ होता है क्योंकि people give you budgets, people give you targets, and say go achieve it. Even if I want power, the boss says नहीं नहीं सस्ता पावर लेके आओ, सोलर हो, थर्मल हो, कोई भी हो चलेगा. But I want the cheapest. Sometimes the cheapest is not the most sustainable. And see, rightly said, you have to see the total cost of ownership, effects plus operating cost, and then see what is your value per unit across say 10 years. It is very evident in solar installations, hybrid installations, solar with battery and stuff like that. And having moving on to the unless Asha, you are also working with Inox, any smart infrastructure examples that you have to give?
Yes. So we operate mostly out of big malls where most of our cinemas are housed in these big malls. And thankfully, awareness is catching up there as well. So we've been given a certain infrastructure which we pay for the services. However, looking at how sustainable the commitment is and how we really want to be, what has happened that we have gone for retrofitting of solars in our cinemas. And in fact, before I came here, I did speak to the chief engineer. I said, how many numbers have we done? Because I do get to hear, like I said, everybody has to contribute. 17 cinemas across India have been retrofitted. And that has actually saved almost 3,000 tons of carbon emissions for us. And in value, when you say cost efficiency, it is close to 1.78 CR. I mean, it is huge. And we're talking only 17 cinemas. We have 345 and counting. So this is a huge scope. I think scalability is required where we need all the stakeholders, and the ROI is not also very long that we put the investment of capex and then what really happens. The ROI is not more than 6 to 7 years maximum.
Now coming back to ROI, I have an interesting question for all of you, and Trini, you can also probably contribute. Retrofitting versus rebuilding. Always you have this question of ROI. Brownfield versus greenfield. So how do you deal with it? How can organizations make pragmatic investment choices, keeping ROI as a balance and also sustainability and making the facilities greener or something and designing new agreements? You guys handle these challenges, especially in your operating decision making process.
So as a manufacturer, when you apply greenfield or brownfield projects, so we always give the best efficiency product to our customers and also the solutions. So if you look at any facilities, to make it sustainable, to reduce the carbon footprint, we need to look at the facility in the entirety, not only on the particular segments. So what normally we do is we approach the engineering consultants and then we educate them or support them in building this sustainable environment. So traditionally we are following conventional cooling systems. So you can also adapt passive cooling, going for radiant cooling, based on the cities. Okay, and then you can use the same chiller with inverter driven compressors and coupled with heat recovery. So this all calls for higher investments. But what happens in our experience by adapting this kind of sustainable practices, so the ROI by with heat recovery or for radiant cooling or with VFD driven chillers. So the ROI will be within less than 2 years in most of the cases, even for greenfield. Of course, for brownfield project, it takes time, maybe 5 years. So, so as I said, we don't look at only ROI in certain cases. We need to see what is the total life cycle cost saving. But that is the measure in which we need to shift our focus. Thank you.
From SCSC, any experience you looked at? I was a typical, retail setup of branches in India. So we always have been struggling with this, especially that we've grown over the years with a very fast pace. So the space that we took initially for our interiors in offices, after 2 years, we found the space falling short. So we have to quickly build because we cannot afford to, put capex and then leave the space and take another space. It's a huge expense. So what we have done now is build kind of a capacity in that same space to absorb additional elements, additional workstations or additional elements that we want to put in. So we, at the ab initio stage, we take 10% of space extra. Plus, we plan more of modular furniture. Now, we don't have those fixed furnitures in our offices. We are mostly doing modular with glass partitions or with, partitions which can be moved around. So that has been very, very useful. Also, we have started putting satellite offices in places where we find bulk of our customer segment and also our employee segment. Earlier, norms of having large offices has grown different. Now we are putting more of small offices in various aspects. So this is helping us to average out our ROI.
Very nice.
I think whoever the bank was saying three deals with ROI, no finance is always concerned about the numbers. Numbers speak the truth, but at the same time, numbers also don't give you the qualitative factors of what we want to do. So having a total, but let's all agree now, there is no more charity. Anything given free is not valued. So anything what you have to do has to make sense. So even if you do sustainability, green initiatives, asset, brownfields, greenfields, individually it has to make commercial sense, whether it's on a standalone basis or on a total cost of ownership basis. Because that's ingrained. Nature also allows you to do that. It's not as if we can't. Things sometimes becomes expensive at the initial outlay. When if you look at it from a monetization perspective, you look at the entire value chain of that asset proposition, it will probably give you much higher value. It's I think is the gist of the discussion that we have had with the reviews coming in from all of them. Now, coming compliance to commitment. Now, this is something very soft and very it's a given individually by leaders across their organizations. How does facilities do and how do you report ESG in your? I'm sure every month you are submitting a report about your performance, assets, quality, operations, cost, budget, actuals against cost, etc. Thus, thus there is a sustainability report goes to make your work much more credible. If audience, there is an audible disclosure that you make, do people take you seriously? I give it from 2 points of view.
This question is all the
Okay. I give it from 2 points of view. One is as part of like our company's part of a bigger entity, ICICI Bank. We hold subsidiary of ICICI Bank. So we have to follow certain norms within the bank. And our reporting, though it's not mandatory as ICICI Home Finance Company, but for the bank it is mandatory. So we have to feed certain data to the bank for which we are liable. So we have started a journey all together. We have had our stakeholder engagement. We have our material topics shortlisted and concluded. And we're working on each of these topics under scope 1, scope
2 and scope 3 emissions for environment. For the social part, we have the HR, the training, and the local population CSR measures also, what we have invested in that. And then the governance part, to see how the data is truthful, reporting is correct, and build up over a period of time. For this, the first thing which needs to be in place as far as facility management team is concerned is we must all understand the importance of sanctity of data and the truthful reporting. The scope 1 and scope 2 emissions are more or less looked after well. But the problem with everybody is, grappling with the scope 3 emissions. Where you have to have certain control on the vendor, upstream, downstream, and how he's creating those value for proposition for you, using what sources, what methods. So all this is very important. We have started on the ground. Another aspect which I mention is that I find this dichotomy of 1,000 companies reporting on the BRSR, the rest of them not having to report, not as per what I would want for the nation, for the industry. I feel all other companies also should have a short form of reporting. It may not be mandatory to be T, but it has to be some kind of reporting which lays the responsibility or the onus for those small companies also to understand that they have a role to play. Once we start this journey, scope 3 emissions answering or that accountability will become more meaningful.
I think India brings a very actually issue. I mean, when greenhouse as well as carbon emissions are bifurcated into scope 1, 2, and 3. And scope 3 is the services part of it because there is a direct or an indirect linkage to identify the nature and source of the emission and thereby the value of any carbon credit to offset it. So certifying agencies like isometric, Vera, etc., they work on it. That's a very clear example because, for example, Infosys, a lot of consultants travel by airlines. They burn so much of air fuel. So Infosys has to buy X amount of carbon credit to offset the carbon footprint that they are going to create. Deloitte. So now, this in India, nothing has been made carbon credit and offsetting has not become mandatory so far. As I'm talking to you, there is going to be carbon credit exchange which is going to come up in the next few months or 3 months or 4 months. They're already available in 9 countries. So the same ACX is going to put up an exchange here. I don't know, they will mostly put up all the carbon credits up for because India में कोई ना carbon credit का पैसा देने के लिए देने वाला है. With some clear compliance and laws which are also involving. I can assure you, government is also working with that. A lot of academia and policymakers are working together and it is going to soon be a reality that we will have to face. So in 2 3 years, at least in the next 5 to 7 years, I'm sure you will have to start buying and selling. Europe people have a carbon credit footprint mapping to the individual self. So it's democratized to such an extent that if Srini or Asha is walking and they say, oh, I have spent so much of create a carbon footprint because of my current external behavior today, I will do an offsetting. So when offsetting will come. So I'm sure someday India may be made, the money like when we say we know when India has to be steady because each one becomes responsible and of the quality. You know, 100% said that we should be net zero by 2070. But in trends like this, you're happy. So we put sort of system process chill for us for you to monitor and say whether we're building a different footprint. It's a manufacturer from it's like farm to fork, like so manufacturer to consumer. The chain has to be very clear. That's why the scoping of the services, scope 1, 2, 3 becomes very imperative. And again, it boils down to audience out here because we are operators. We see it day in and day out. We go to see movies, we throw the plastic, we throw the paper, then how do we destroy it? Is there a waste to energy concept being installed by our organization? And we all by nature, by descent are able to do that. So these are all points that will come up when we do compliance to commitment. I think that is the point I wanted to highlight. You have done anything on the compliance bit, it will start before I again give it back to Maninder.
It's as a manufacturer. to comply to the environmental impact, to reduce the carbon footprint. So we have different strategies. So in this, we follow the decarbonization strategies in what we do. And we also one of the early adopter of green refrigerants. Refrigerants. So we started when we first adapted R410UE, R410UE refrigerants. So against R22 because which had motion depletion potential and GWP, global warming potential. So now we are migrating to R32. R290 is a natural refrigerant. So in most of the cold rooms which we supply, it's with R290 is a green refrigerants. So this is one of the way in manufacturing and also in our sales. So what we do is we follow the decarbonization strategy. So we manufacture energy efficient products, and we're one of the manufacturing company. We adopted B ratings for our chillers. So this way we ensure that we follow this and comply to the norms.
Increase the price of your product because you are being organized.
So this goes as per how market trends goes. So we don't increase the price because of this act.
Me and Shiva sir were having a discussion outside, and I want to raise this as a thinker. See, what Shiva is saying is very, very correct. We are at a juncture where we don't have a choice. We have spoiled things enough as mankind, and we need to grapple with it immediately. So that all that is being done by governments, by the foreign investors, and the climate change experts is absolutely great. You just want to rackle your brains to think. Centuries ago, India was on top of this game called sustainability. We had in-built processes. Get up in the morning, go bare feet, do your things around the house, look after your cattle, recycle those products, go to your farm, to show that the entire farm is not cut in, that produce is not cut in one day, recycle those elements. Yes, absolutely great scientific things built into our day-to-day life. Somewhere down the line, we have lost all that. Now is the time to think which one of these things can be rebuilt again. I'm not saying 100% can be done. Can we build again some of the practices, make them strong so that they are never shakeable again? See, there is a value attached to convenience or loss of value, I would say. As we started making things more and more convenient, we started bargaining and offsetting in terms of losing carbon emissions somewhere. Again, can we think of getting inconvenience back into our lives to an extent? Will we ensure that we don't spoil the natural balance? So this food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I want to move dramatically to the human side of sustainability. We all talk. So, the human side, well-being, culturally cleaning yourself, and after the COVID, the hybrid work culture, all of that. How can sustainable facilities, because if you have to go to work, you need sustainable facilities, otherwise you'll work from home. How can sustainable facilities enhance employee welfare benefits and reinforce the company to be following or making its employee follow an ESG culture? I throw this question up because you must be having a lot of people working along in the operational side. So this question is each one can address and give your perspective to this.
Sure.
Because I believe at the core is the human being, that is you and me, who has to implement ESG inherently. So I shall start with you.
Sure. You mentioned COVID. I mean, very sad memories, very bad memories. Our businesses were shut for almost 2 years. The first ones.
Sad memory. Because
In the history of 100 years of the cinema operations, I think during the World War One and Two also, cinemas had survived in some part of the world, but COVID made sure that world over the box offices were shut at one point of time, and in India it was 2 years.
digital app.
Oh yes, so digital actually came to the rescue, and we did supply the popcorns. To at least have that engagement when you say human factor. So cinema is all about emotions, and when actually sir asked me that which question do you really want to take, I said I think the human one really suits where I would like to speak about it, to say the social part of it. Humans are complex people, and COVID did tell us it did put us back to the point we're still recovering, but it also told us the value of community, value of being there for each other. And there were a lot of initiatives that we took to make sure that our people, while they were wherever they were stuck, were taken care of. Nobody was abandoned. Nobody was abandoned. And I think that culture brought in a lot of loyalty, which is very difficult in today's time to build in. And it traveled from the top to say that there were a lot of engagements on through Zoom. All of us learned how to work on Zoom, and there were sessions where people were told to get up early in the morning, take care of their well-being, to say everybody will get ready. It has got nothing to do with you're not coming to office, so what? Let us all get ready. Let us all see each other through Zoom. Let us do some yoga together and some activities. There were a lot of engagement that happened at every point of time. When we came back, during all this time, we went back to the board to say when the staff comes back, then the whole thought had to change, that how work was. I'm sure everybody had to do that. We had to relook at the way we were engaging with our staff or people inside, outside. We went to the extent of engaging with the families. So when there were no patrons coming to watch the movies, the families were invited. We were clapping for everyone who had showed up. The people who were ready to serve were courageous. Also, the people who were coming to watch, I think that took a lot of courage. We used to say, okay, today I feel adventurous. Let us go and watch a movie outside. I mean, the fear was so high. People would go to airports, people will go to offices because you are needed to. But you don't go to movies or you don't go to cinema because somebody wants you. You have to go. In terms of that, the safe spaces, the safe part changed to a great extent. The safe is also that how I feel emotionally. The safe is also how do I feel safe when I come to work in terms of surfaces, the air, the water. So everything, I think it gave us a reset button where everything got evaluated to say, okay, what is the journey from home to the cinema or the office? What do I do in the office and how do I go back? And not just for the employees. It was also for all the channel partners, all the patrons that make our businesses work. So a lot of digital happened, sir. A lot of digital, the checklist became digital. We all wanted digital, but it was taking some, there's a money involved. The adaptability, the kind of kids that we take, can they adapt so fast? It's a huge company, 25,000 people. Can we do it overnight? But we did. So digital became a very key point of staying together. A lot of checklists came in place, IoTs and the AIs. We have actually now a chat box where it feels very real. Also, that digital checklist pan India dashboards are giving us some key points. Also, when we say safety, social, uh, I'm also the post chairperson for the company. So there's a huge responsibility to see that every staff who comes to work feels very, very safe in terms of how they are dealt with by their seniors, juniors, colleagues, or even outsiders. So all these uh, values that you say, that needs to give a very safe place or a company. I think for investors, stakeholders, everybody wants to be associated with a brand which is responsible and which is true to their employees, even ex-employees or the future ones. That's how I would like to conclude, sir.
Social and governance, which is essentially the human element, plays a large role. And finally, we should not forget that it is us or the humans who deliver on the ground. So unless your well-being is also kept in mind, you're not going to be able to deliver the same level of whatever it is. So, Sin, you want to add something from how Blue Star has any ESG policy with respect to social and the governance aspect on the human force? Some some example that you would think you can remember and quote.
We follow a lot of CSR activities.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we, as a company, we, adapted a couple of institute, and then we are funding them and we take care of their well-beings. So not only that, even for our own employees, there's a separate scheme to support, low income peoples. So this way, as a company, as a Blue Star, we ensure that, we take care of our employees, also our environment. Yeah.
And well, I've noticed that in the last few years, the new joiners in the companies, they are more perceptive now. They ask questions during the interview. They don't know what kind of environment you have in the offices. And if companies don't have good practices, I'm convinced that a lot of employees are leaving those practices these days. They are more responsible, at least the thoughts, if not the actions currently. And this is one of the aspects which is very visible. Also, about the employees beginning to travel, they are becoming more responsible in travel, in hotel stays, and all such things which impact not only their own habits, but also the bottom line of the company. In fact, our officers, which used to stay open earlier till about 9 or 9:30 during the end of the month, clearly we are also creating a culture of responsibility there. Ensured officers close on time. One, it helps you save electricity bills. Two, it gets the employees back home in time. Three, even the housekeeping or security guard who stayed till late. One is their own personal life. Secondly, the extra cost of utilizing those manpower. Actually, a systemic change which is happening now, and we need to be very abreast of all this happening.
Thank you, Maninder. Now, I will say that we all need to, as an audience and panel and members of this society, build greener assets, greener facilities, and operate them to merge efficiency with sustainability impact. Having said that, now I'm throwing open this forum for any questions because I think it is a very diverse topic. If the people have any questions, feel free to ask any of the panel members. And if there's any question that folks can answer, I'm happy to answer. Thank you. Can't hear.
I said I'm asking the question again, but I didn't want it to miss this opportunity because such a learning group sitting here. And speaking about ESG, I want to ask you, as you are decision makers of your organizations, I see your roles. You have, very roles where you can't say. So then today sustainability is expensive, and we know shying away from that. Have you ever faced a decision wherein you had to pick an effective product? And then there was an option of sustainable product, which was not that cost effective, of course, expensive. And what decision you have taken at that point of time and why?
I'll give you an example of our company. In 2008, when we started spreading all over, we had a hard great opportunity to introduce a fresh design because this was a new design we made for interiors. So we opted for lithium ion batteries inside our offices. And this was first time in the industry and everybody in retail part was doing it. There was a lot of risk involved. Yes, we had a very strong partner who assured of the efficacy of the product and always, the fire risk or something was negative. There was a lot of experimentation done. And we opted to go for that high cost product, which we did to mitigate the value over time. Is we ensured that the warranty we took from the company was not 2 years but 5 years. So lithium ion has that kind of inherent characteristic that it gives the value for 5 years. So we were able to discount that kind of cost over the 5 years instead of going for those batteries which are for 2 years and you have to replace them. Because it was one example we really worked well. It has produced a lot of good results. There, I'm sure the example was.
So I'll take a very small one, and I don't know if everyone could relate to it. But PVR Anox together kind of host over 100 million patrons every year, annually. And when you talk about toilet rolls, these are products that we place in all our washrooms and cubicles. So there are paper products and they're, of course, not sustainable. So as a conscious decision, I wanted to switch to the more sustainable variety, which is bamboo based, which is not considered tree. Bamboo is categorized as grass, and the more you cut, the more it grows better. So that was a very good alternative. But yes, it comes at a premium. All sustainable things initially comes at a premium, and it is not easy because we are end of the day expense department heads. So it's not easy to have a switch overnight or to say back. But what we did is that to show the commitment also and to keep the cost also in control, we said, okay, one third of the cinemas, we are going to run with it. I mean, I was insisting that we got to start somewhere. If you can't do 300 in one go, let's do one third of it. And there will be a small premium, but look at our commitment to it and the kind of trees that we're going to save. I quantified everything with every single roll and pull. It had to take a bit of a, so once we quantify, evaluate, and show them the benefit of it, I think every management, sane management, would agree with you. And that's how, this is just one example. I'm trying to tell you that even saving a toilet roll from a tree to a bamboo, it's a great practice, comes at a premium, but we have gone ahead, done it. Starting this year, all cinemas are going to have sustainable toilet rolls and paper products.
Talks about having somebody to do a project champion to answer your question. So if you champion it with conviction, the two examples that I heard, one was of lithium city and the other is of sustainable roads in the toilets from moving from trees to bamboos. It was about somebody having conviction because, and something that he mentioned about total cost of ownership. In the long run, sustainability is. In the short run, sustainability is expensive. If somebody is able to make that point clear with numbers and usage, it will be easier to sell it to your management and adopt it. This is the short answer. Any more questions, please?
So would you have to say that India doesn't have its own carbon calculator as of now? So when we actually do, like you said, project, and we actually had numbers to it, their proclaim self-proclaimed numbers of these brands, because India doesn't have their own carbon calculator as of now. So when we're working with government, as I heard during the session, when we do see that coming in.
Let's say carbon calculation is, for example, EHG, like they have introduced as a reporting metric for listed companies. It is good question. It's a wish list. A lot of people don't need. There is no mandatory regulation today in terms of who you will report your EHG. For example, I'm a sulfur manufacturer, I'm a real estate guy, or I'm a manufacturer of automotive components. Each one has a separate carbon footprint because of the processes, because of the equipment, and because of the carbon footprint they will leave. So it's very important that there are now a lot of consulting companies have come up which actually measure the carbon footprint that you are going to leave, setting platforms which will also allow you to measure and do it. All of this will take some time to get formalized. Well, the industry is getting formalized to decide this. Foreign companies like Vera and Isometric are coming to verify your carbon credits. There are industries which are also trying to track their own carbon footprint. The worst footprint could be burning coal in the mines and then letting the entire smoke. Dry charcoal, or char, which is a different method of coal. So people are experimenting with it. So we keep experimenting, the policy changes, the rules, regulations are getting formulated. As I was saying, when you're talking about setting up a carbon credit exchange, now once you set up an exchange, there has to be rules and processes around it. There are some policies. Somebody has to buy those carbon credits, and somebody has to sell those carbon credits. Then somebody is misbehaving, somebody is behaving. So it's a market. So all those policies will come in place, but I'm sure it will come in the next 1 or 2 years. And I think it will also be mandated to answer Mahindra's question going forward. He said, why will you those 1,000 companies? There are people now to come into the ambit of this. So the short answer. Nothing more? Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for this patient hearing to a bunch of all of us sitting out here and to a happy and greener, sustainable communities and assets tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Picture Please. And thank you, Philosopher, for reading it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next is a keynote session. We'll have the stage ready for that. So the next keynote session is on FM.ai, the perfect storm to clear skies. To share his experience on this, Sean, on that stage. Karim Ram Lakhani, who's the SMS first. Everybody.
I see. You want to click on get on. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a sound check. Am I audible at the back? I think the mics are off, right? Or they're working. Fair enough. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting us here to have a conversation on new trends in facility management. I took a slightly, complex and a slightly evolving subject called AI in FM, or artificial intelligence in facility management. By experience, I am neither a data scientist nor an engineer, but I am an extensive data chain business user. So I will try to answer the queries to the best of my ability. I'll begin with an interesting story. The gentleman here is Henry Ford, right? Who is credited with the creation of the modern automobile as early as 1912. The Model T was the world's first mass-produced car, right? Fun fact, this same gentleman also invented the concept of the 40-hour week 100 years ago, right? Given the fact that that's so much in debate in today's day and age. But he had this very interesting quote that's attributable to him, right? And the quote said, somebody asked him, how did you sort of go about the process of creating the automobile industry? Because that's what he did. And the quote said, if I had asked people what they wanted, right? The emphasis here is on the word they would have said, again, the emphasis here is on the word they. Okay, sorry, I think this one will work better. They would have wanted faster horses, right? Now the question is, what does horses have to do with artificial intelligence, right? So, like all, I would say people who is obsessed with using ChatGPT nowadays, I thought let's just ask ChatGPT that what do horses have to do with artificial intelligence? And this is what the query actually threw up. They don't go together. There are actually a few interesting connections. They are metaphorical and practical, right? So typical, gyan that you would get from something like a ChatGPT. But the point that was being made here, right, is essentially, right, the line below. The illustration of cars and horses is used to illustrate how disruptive innovation like AI leapfrogs existing systems entirely rather than improving them incrementally. Instead of faster humans or better spreadsheets, AI gives us something completely new, like agents that think and act upon ourselves. Right. The point that we are making out here is that most people, including most of us sitting in this room, right, can envision incremental progress. Right? The story of faster horses. Only companies that have an AI first mindset actually leapfrog existing systems entirely. And the simplest way I can describe an AI first mindset is to ask a very simple question. It's just because something has been done in a certain way for the last 10, 20, 30 years. Is it necessary that that's the way it has to work from tomorrow? And the third critical point, right, out of I think close to 100,000 companies that McKinsey studied, and these were 100,000 companies who were in advanced stages of, I would say, enterprise AI experiments across various industries and across various sectors. Less than 1% have actually said that they've reached a stage of maturity. So, for all the conversation that happens in terms of adopting AI in general, innovating, leapfrogging, doing things in a different manner, the reality is, of the most advanced companies that McKinsey studied, less than 1% have even reached the stage of maturity. So when we sort of started to look at this problem a couple of years ago, from a perspective of the FM industry and what AI can do to FM industry, because we kept hearing this word AI a lot, we kept saying it's applicable everywhere. Sort of heard that it may be applicable in FM as well. So about 3 years ago, we started to say, what could it actually mean? What could it actually deliver? What could it actually make us a difference on the ground, and how could it play out over the next 10 years, right? So the way we were thinking about it was not next year or next quarter. We were thinking about the fact this would play out over the next decade. And the first sort of axiom that came to us, right, and this is really true of the FM sector in particular, is it's an incredibly data-rich industry, but an incredibly insight-poor industry as well. For a lot of you here who are on the user side, I'm sure that the amount of data that you have of your facilities is running into millions of data points. But what it actually tells you about what's happening with regards to a business operation is still largely left to maybe a few reports, maybe a few Power BI dashboards, maybe some insights that maybe I would say a little more inferential. Really know way to stitch it all together from a standpoint of what interesting insights actually come into play. The second thing that we worked as a premise, right, was we are convinced that AI and FM will never replace humans. What we look at it doing as a force multiplier, so it will augment a very dispersed and often overwhelmed workforce in order to deliver faster responses, lower cost, consistent service, and better experience. Right? So this was the premise that we had when we started playing around with this in our company about 3 years ago. Now the question is, why does it actually matter? I mean, things have been working for the last 10, 20, 30 years. It's a standard, well-organized industry. There are multiple services, multiple agencies, people doing services. So why could we start thinking about this as a multi-decade kind of a development, right, rather than most things being are? The way we look at it is the three issues that we believe the industry will face, both at the customer end as well as the agency end. First one is workforce at scale. Right? We need 5 million more people in this industry to operate the assets that are being created. If you wish to ask anyone in this who is on the agency side today, actually providing you those people, I will tell you that it is easier to actually hire those school grads than it is to hire janitorial staff there. And this is how you working. So the day and age of throwing people to a problem is going to vanish in the next 4 to 5 years. Second part, aggressive digitization. Right? So I keep talking a lot about things like digital checklists, digital survey reports, online systems. The last panel discussed a little bit about nationwide checklists and nationwide information, right? Which is, the question is, at some point, the data gets so overwhelming. How do you actually put on decisioning? And the third part of it is really around sustainability and life cycle services, right? So, the gentleman from Blue Star is talking a lot about how real-time monitoring and controlling HVAC is a significant game changer. And it is, right? Because HVAC is 60% of the building spend. But how do you make it more real-time and more efficient, right? The reason we sort of saw this was we started to see three mega trends. The first one is really about what we call job creation and workforce upliftment from manpower to smart power. And this is going to be very, very critical because believe you me, getting manpower, especially in what we call unskilled industries, is going to become increasingly difficult. Right?
I would urge you, right, to go and have a conversation with the janitors in your premises or the ones that you hire, this is an example. And have a common reference saying, I'm the last person who will ever do this job. And none of my children will do this job. We have to migrate to that whole element of smart power. Second mega trend, right? Obviously, if you look at digital public infrastructure, all of us are online today. Right? I think many of us have not even used cash for the last maybe half a decade. So how do we sort of move from what we call to smart data apps and go from, let's say, generating growth from a system towards actually self-improving systems? And the third critical mega trend, which was, I think, very nicely discussed in the last panel on sustainability, is essentially the climate and infrastructure pressure is going to keep continuing. So how do we move from one-off projects towards real-time sustainability on a long cycle? So the way we look at it is that essentially these are the challenges that the industry, both on the client and agency side, have to solve for. We have less than 5 years to solve it. I can assure you that data will overwhelm us. And unless we start embracing, I would say, AI use cases, right, it's going to be very, very difficult for us to make that leapfrog. Now, the fundamental problem, AI needs data first. And where does that cause an issue? Again, barring maybe a few people that have been fairly progressive, the industry still operates off paper checklists in most cases. Technical information, for example, is still in manual logs. Non-sharing, information sharing, tacit knowledge transfer is still verbal. Ad hoc Excel reports, I think all of you deal with Excel reports are just for you to actually figure out how do you normalize. Data is incomplete in many cases. Data is unstructured in many cases. There are silent systems. There's a different system for maintenance management. There's a different system for housekeeping, CSAT. There's a different system for, let's say, technical check sheets. There's a different DNS altogether. There is no data infestation right now. This is something very, very, sort of misunderstood. People think AI is the silver bullet, right? And you just put things into ChatGPT and you get miracle answers. That's not the truth, right? Unless you actually start, I would say, cleaning your data environment. Believe you me, AI will give a response as good as the data that it actually gets. So data orchestration and data cleaning or data building is actually the first multi-year process to even start thinking about getting into AI. And obviously, no data quality management, right? Some places you write TCS, some places you write Tata CS, some places you write Tata Consultant CS. That's what I mean by data quality management. So we sort of said, okay, let's spend some time in just creating data, right? And we said, let's just put this out in our entire field. We put 25,000 people online, right? We did 375,000 online data interventions, training interventions. Give us 1.8 million data points on how people are getting trained. I'm talking about housekeepers getting trained as an example. We checked close to 18 million checkpoints that would be in digital checklists. We do something called Rumba, which is site visit reports and audits. We got 900,000 data points out of that. So we essentially gave our clients an opportunity to raise 47 million tickets. Mercifully, we didn't get even a fraction of that. 47 million feedback opportunities. Right? So essentially, we sort of said, unless we start building this volume data set of our customers, how are we going to start applying the principles of AI to figure out how do we do this better job? So over the last 2 to 3 years, right, we said, let's get all this data. Now, the fun part is when you start collecting data, as many of you will start, you will realize that it actually drowns you and it actually kills you. And that is where the migration towards thinking about AI actually does not become a concept, it actually becomes a necessity. So we said, solve one problem, we become data rich, which was all those instances I talked about. Now, how do we start using AI towards becoming insights rich, right? What do I actually do with that data? What do I do with that data is fundamentally linked to a few things, right? Can I reduce the number of people I deploy at my customer site and do the same? Can I have fewer people that are better trained and better paid? How do I know my people are truly trained and delivering? Can I correlate, for example, the training of a housekeeper
in, let's say, Tamil Nadu, in a tier 4 location and correlate that to, let's say, the client sentiment in that location? And can I correlate that to the demographic of the person working over there? Right? Just as examples. We decided to actually start piloting some stuff, right? Which was around things like auto validating of digital checklists, right? What's being filled out there and what does it mean? Voice to log assistance, visual inspection bots, behavior nudging agents, right? Some cool stuff that we're doing there. And obviously the other stuff around predictive maintenance, energy optimization, asset health, and so on and so forth. So, for example, I have a couple of colleagues over here. Just, happy to show you guys a couple of demos at your office down the line you want to see it. And then we started to play with the system, right? So we said, okay, now that we've created this voluminous data set, and I'm just sharing with you 2 screenshots, but again, happy to show you guys doing demos. We started to actually play around with this and said, I don't want reports. I don't want, spreadsheets. I don't want dashboards. I want, for example, let's say an HVAC manager just come and ask a very basic question which says, what is going to fail in my building this week? Right? Or let's say, for example, if there is, let's say, a festival coming, right? We had Baisakhi recently, right? Ask a basic question which says, which sites am I likely to face, which sites am I likely to face a shortage? Or let's say, for example, to turn around and ask something saying, this is the last 1 year's records, right? What asset of mine is going to actually break down? So we've now actually gone to a stage where we said, great, we moved from manual to digital. We built this volume of data which is there. There's a strand that is connecting various things, right? Whether it is a technical performance to client sentiment or to employee behavior. How do we start building those strands, right? So essentially, this is something that we started doing about 6 months ago, right? We go fully live with it at the end of Q1 this year. I think it's already starting to throw insights that we never knew our own data told us. For example, what's the true productivity of an unskilled worker? Or what's the true productivity of an FM or an FE? What is the average headcount that can be removed from site without even optimizing, let's say, the system performance or the business performance? How much time does it actually take to close a certain, let's say, ticket? Price normalization for repairs that happen across 2,000 locations. Right? That's the kind of insights that we started to now get. Now, 3 benefits that I personally see. Right? One is we sort of start seeing AI as a field coach for the people at sites. Right? And the problem that it helps resolve is very, very straightforward stuff. One is the variability in execution across sites become normalized because AI essentially can coach frontline staff in a real-time manner. We're already seeing this, for example, on our learning management platforms. The second problem is low absorption of training, right? I think we've now gone to a stage where if someone were to ask me, what is the training efficiency of housekeepers in tier 4 locations in Assam? I'd be able to just log into the system and pull out a report and figure out how are people actually doing. To first analyze burnout, dropouts, enabling preventive action. We actually have more insights in terms of performance fatigue. The second problem that I think really helps us with is essentially AI sort of helps from analysis to decision making. And the problem that we address is very simple. Too much data gets converted into, I would say, incredibly powerful insight. Because agentic AI apps in our product language. From static dashboards, right, which is just giving a source of things on a screen, we get to a stage where people are getting things that are relevant to the context to do a better job. And for the process of, let's say, doing manual audits, right? Like, for example, if I have to do, let's say, 5,000 electrical safety audits, rather than doing it in a manual way and then reconciling it and trying to put human manpower to it, you can actually use large learning models towards actually doing those audits and actually generating reports, which can make more sense to the customers. And finally, from a green perspective, or green, I would say, assurance perspective, which I think is the right word, the problem is that I would say AI is starting to help us is in identifying, I would say, energy wastage versus potential operations and then pre-auto tuning it in advance. Right? Taking the weather data for the last 10 years, estimated weather data for the next 90 days, and ability to actually do auto tuning.
things like children going to fail, controlling misbehavior, some, predictive maintenance needs to be taken, some breakdown maintenance needs to be taken, those kind of things getting addressed. The second part is, really making, I would say, each and every employee a part of the community. So community stuff some green SOPs towards actually doing stuff like gamification, right? There was a very nice comment that was made in the last conversation that each and every one of us through our actions, without knowing it, are actually creating a footprint. Now, is there technology that can actually tell us that you've done this? If you just modify your behavior like this is the impact you can have. And obviously, millions of corporates have been doing it across India makes a very, very big difference. And finally, I think one interesting point was around how do you prove sustainability, right? Because obviously, the whole aspect of business case, it's the whole aspect of long-term modification, and finally, a CFO saying, this investment, can we see it on the board? Can we see it on records? Can we actually see it on the financials? So how do we use AI agents towards calculating real-time savings versus baselines, right? This is an advancement of technology in terms of CMVP or measurement and verification protocols. So in summary, right, I think as an industry over a decade, right, we have to go from being what is called as a people-heavy industry to actually being an intelligence-heavy industry. We have to move from data chaos, right, millions of data points in different formats with different, records and so on and so forth, to make decisions at speed, right, taking calls within 5 seconds. We need to move from compliance, which is things done at a point in time, towards continuous assurance, which means things happening every, let's say, 6 seconds. We need to move from one-time green to zero sustainable. And finally, we need to move from what are called service vendors, right? People like ourselves towards actually being performance partners. So I think we're pretty excited over the last, like I said, over the last 3 years, we completed the data part of our journey. We're now embarking on moving AI towards actually drawing insights for our customers. Right? We'd love to partner with some of you guys on that. We'd love to hear your suggestions on this. And with that, I've come to the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any at this point. No questions? Cool. My team and I are available throughout the day. We're happy to have a conversation with you as the day progresses. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir, for your session. I think also no question at time means ki हाँ सब समझ गए. Yeah, it's finally faces. Also confused guys are also scaring me now. So with that, our next panel discussion is on the future of FM. Next, when FM leadership. While this at the stage up, I will introduce the panelists and I'll welcome you to the stage. First, we have with us Sanford Mehta, Executive Director, Workplace Enablement Brand Person Monitoring. Joining him is Administrative Operations Manager, Other Consultancy Services. Commander Yadav, Senior General Manager, First Consulting Style. The Deputy Commander is level. India Office of Operations Director. We serve Chief Human Resources Officer, Chief Experts from this certain return by the establishment in the Thank you.
Glad I can move this. Thank you. Okay, perfect. The last speaker was amazing, but he was too small for the mic. All right, Dr. Nirav, now you're Major Aditi. So I can work out of this. I can work out of this place. Yeah. But thank you for joining us. I'm so sorry you didn't join the last session, but You're welcome. So good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thank you to Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra and his wonderful team for having me here all the way from Namabadali. So I would say, Yanarubu Namaskara. Um, it's obviously a pleasure to welcome you all to this beautiful panel discussion, which is the future of FM next gen leadership of facility management. Probably I'll just start with a little small speech that I've written down. So bear with me for just about a minute, and I'm sure you will have a beautiful and insightful discussion with the wonderful men that I have today. I'm sorry the diversity is missing here, but here it is. So no matter what, I'll make up for about 10 odd women put together. We know that the facility management is no longer about just keeping this beautiful lights on and AC, which is actually working very well. Someone can reduce the temperature or increase the temperature, whichever way it feels good, because I'm feeling very cold, doctor, and burning. We've come a long way, ladies and gentlemen. We've actually come a very, very long way from behind scenes to the front line, the soldiers, the officers, the leaders in this particular function. It has evolved from us being the strategic business enablers. We know that we are the data strategists today. We are also the sustainability advocate. Just heard so from the SMS integrated facility management. We are the tech adopters. We are the experience designers as well. And of course, notwithstanding, we are the people leaders. Today, FM leaders are expected to do much more than maintain just progress. We are shaping workspaces, we are supporting the hybrid work. Again, a wide range of services from housekeeping to administration to transport to real estate to hospitality to physical security and even the psychological safety. The world is changing fast with the rise of the smart buildings that you see, and that's the call of the day today. It's evolving. We're talking about AI. We're already talking about so much of digital tools. We want to only work with numbers. We only want to work with data. Of course, the next generation of the FM leadership needs to be agile, has to be tech savvy, and very, very important, sustainability driven, but people first. So the question, ladies and gentlemen, is what does it really take to lead from function into the future? And the next big question, how do we move from managing facilities to create an impactful, sustainable, human-centered experiences? We have an incredible panel here, and these are the leaders at the forefront of this transformation. Please don't go on their hair color. Uh, these are the ones that have actually led the path. And for those, these are the ones who are going to make it much more clearer for the future. First, let's dive into the conversation. And my first question to Mr. Shailendra. Let's start from the start. What does the next journey, the future, the FM leadership mean to you?
So good afternoon and thank you so much for inviting me. I guess it was less of a question, and Aditi has already spoken so much about it. Yeah, and she has stressed the right keywords in it. Whatever we need to do in the future, I feel some of us, the younger ones to me, might be thinking that I am senior, and I have to think towards them that they are the next gen leaders. My seniors might be thinking I am the next gen leader. So there's a dynamic thing that keeps on moving. Okay. It's not that so many things have changed and documented as such, but that's a shift of mindset. A leader has always been a leader, right? From Shivaji Maharaj to so many more good leaders across the history. But a person who's able to guide his team, support his team, mentor them in a manner that you reach success, you are able to achieve the definitions of success at that particular point of time, is what we understand as leadership. As far as FM is concerned, I've been fortunate enough to work at the ground level.
and I'm blessed to sit here with such esteemed panelists here. I feel with passage of time, we need to shift our mindset from maintenance to creating an experience. It was focused upon having all equipments in line, delivering upon those things, whereas what we are about to do now is, as Aditi pointed out, we have to be people centric. Create an experience for our stakeholders, right? All stakeholders, internal as well as external. The approach which was earlier that FM is a cost centric thing, many esteemed people spoke about it, and I'm sure we all do agree to that. So from cost center, we need to create an environment where we are value drivers. We create a value for everyone, all stakeholder levels. From reactive to a proactive management. And here about proactive, I'd like to say it's predictive. As it was told earlier, we have to be tech savvy. What was considered to be sharp and smart 2 years or 5 years or 3 years back is not so today. We need to be adaptive. We need to be agile. We need to guide our teams to move in the same manner. And I'm sure the leadership changes which are coming right now are perfectly aligned with that. One more critical word I like to point out here, which was again pointed out to you, is a strategic thinking. We need not only to deliver the services, the next general leadership has to do it keeping people in mind, be very tech savvy, and also derive and give a right value add to the companies, to the organizations that we work for. Because ultimately, everything boils down to money.
Thank you, Mr. Silendra. So with that, Sanjay Saab, I'll come to this that, we just spoke about what needs to be there. I want to know what are the blind spots, when we talk about the future of the facility management. Where are we going from here to there and what is it that we're really missing it out?
Good afternoon, everyone. 40 years of experience and 10 years of gray hair. Doesn't take me to be the next gen. But yes, the moot question is next gen means the generation which is coming in or the generation which is currently there moving into the next gen? So it's a tricky question, but both of them lead to the same thing. I have people who are much younger to me, but they're much more insightful than me. So blind spots, actually. I call them by mindset shifts, which people should have. I listed down, actually. I will just rattle them off, and probably some of you may catch some of them, some of you may not catch some of them. Happy to repeat if you want it. We have to use premises and not occupy them. That's one of the biggest blind spots. Earlier, it used to be occupy the premises. Now it is use them, experience them. We have to do experience over cost. There is nothing which, even the cost which comes at a cost of experience, is not a cost. So go to create experiences, then to manage costs. Enable over being a support. Get in with the business, which is whom are you supporting. Seek to understand before you seek to be understood, and then enable them. Status quo over status quo. There is nothing called status quo. Status quo will fail. You have to go towards status quo. What is there going on? What is there to come in? What is the next thing which is coming in? Unless that blind spot is there, left out, you will never be there. What more and what better? It's not always it's happening. Everything is going good. No. Every day it is what more better. It was called as a term called I'll come back to it later. I'm missing that term. Use data to create insights over just prepare data. Just don't keep preparing data and pushing it. You have to use it to do that part. Create insights, analyze, suggest to management, suggest to the seniors, suggest to whoever it is, over just submit. Okay. Invest in self over just do. Nike is gone. Just do it. It doesn't matter. You have to invest in yourself, make yourself better, make yourself more intelligent, make yourself more experiential. Go around, learn what is there to be learned. My objective is out. Organization objective comes in. Those are two things. Begin with end in the mind. You start something and you plunge into the activities now. Every activities has to lead to a objective and to a end. That's what it is. Yeah, and for the generation which is sitting here now, which is probably moving in and has to move into the next generation, is to say, become a coach over a mentor. Just don't start teaching people on this is the way to do things. You will just catch their hand and take them to a situation or solution. Enable them so that they are able to create their own solutions. It's the next generation which is coming in. People who are now probably 10 years into moving into the leadership role or 5 years into the leadership role always look forward to not just being told what to do. I remember my son, I quoted in one of the earlier points, this is that if you keep telling me why reinvent the wheel, who would use the magnetic leviathan? Somebody has to think beyond. And obviously, yes, it's an age-old saying, be the leader or a boss. Some of these blind spots which I was able to overcome, yeah, not to the full extent, but yes, these are blind spots which help us move to the next gen of delivering what we have to do. And yes, the next gen which is coming in to move to the next generation of history.
Thank you, sir. I know I am between you and the lunch, but I'll have to request all the gentlemen here to very quickly answer my questions and keep it very, very short. Otherwise I'll start with the rapid fire. आप बोलो तो मैं भी start करती हूँ. All right, Amit, so I'll come to you, and I know that you've been doing a lot in sustainability, but my question to you is going to be definitely on AI. We've heard FM.ai talk about it, but how does it influence your decision making? Today's the facility management. So can you just throw some light? And we will you next in queue because I know you are again a sustainability expert. So I'm going to come back to you as well. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Aditi, and thank you, BW Business World, for inviting me here again. I was here last year as well. I can see some familiar faces, so great to be back again. So last year, the topic was completely on sustainability. So this time I opted for this discussion. It is a fashion to talk about AI, but I am a firm believer that human intelligence today is far, far superior than AI. We heard very insightful thoughts about AI from our keynote speaker, Mr. Tarun Ramrakiani, just a few minutes back. He had prepared very beautiful slides, and he's covered most part of it. One of the slides that I would want to refer back to is data. What does AI work on? AI works on data. And as Mr. Tarun said, we have more data than we could have ever imagined. And that is the key. So just put sensors everywhere. Put sensors in the workplaces, put sensors in the parking, put sensors for HVAC, put sensors for lighting. I mean, I'm not saying that it is something new. We already have it. But collect as much data as makes sense and collect that in a very structured manner. As again, I'm quoting what Mr. Tarun said a few minutes back. And that is going to be our basis for feeding this all into our artificial intelligence. Gen AI, that is the buzzword. And agentic AI is the latest thing. Agentic AI, for people who may not be very familiar now with this terminology, is some application that you built on top of AI to give the desired results. So agentic AI is what we are using. And once we have all this data, agentic AI helps us to firstly make the systems more efficient. Predictability increases. Today, Mr. Arjun spoke about flexible workplaces, right? That is the latest thing. A lot of companies, after COVID in particular, do not want to own facilities, which means most people are renting facilities, and the load on that, what I mean by load is the number of people coming in on a specific day can be variable, and everything has to be tailored to that. Your temperature has to be tailored to that. Other facilities that are used, someone spoke about. Very interesting example. Uh, uh, I don't remember who spoke about it, but the usage of the washrooms that was monitored, and that is being monitored, and uh, the maintenance is predicted based on that. So similarly, how much space is occupied in these new workplaces that we have, and more importantly, how many people will come to office tomorrow. Good Friday is a holiday, not for everyone. So some people might just take Thursday off. Just taking example of this week, and Baisakhi was just a couple of days back. So probably these holidays like this impact just in a normal week, because a lot of companies still have flexible working days, not all 5 days in the week. We see lower number of people on Monday, goes up a bit on Tuesday, Wednesday is the highest, again tapers down on Thursday and Friday. So all this, once you have your attendance data, once you have related data, all the AI will predict how many people are going to come in, how much power usage we will need, what we need to do about our air quality, optimization of parking spaces, and canteen for that matter. How much food should the canteen caterer prepare every day? I mean, your peak load may be. I work in an office which has a capacity of 25,000, but on a Friday we could have less than 10,000 people. So all this predictability. I think we have this very good tool. The tools into what we call artificial intelligence, and we put agentic AI on top of that, but apply human intelligence on top of it, and I think we are making our systems very, very efficient, and that will also help maintenance in terms of proactive maintenance of our major systems rather than reactive maintenance. I think we're already there. I'm not saying that this is something that's coming up. People are midway there. People are thinking towards going there, and whoever is not yet talking about it will have to do it because of the uh, SDGs, right? Sustainability goals, and the targets that was also spoken about in a previous session. The targets for green targets that we are net zero that we are talking about across the globe, and now very particularly uh, what our Prime Minister has also set for ourselves. I'm very proud to say that all the owned facilities, we have 480,000 people working in our India facilities, and out of the owned facilities, 78% are today certified as LEED or IGBC green facilities. And in terms of net zero, our target is 2030, and we're already crossed 70% in March of this year. So I think we are well positioned to meet net zero by 2030. So I'm just giving the example of my organization because I work closely there, but I know a lot of other organizations which have also, and we heard representatives talking in the previous sessions as well, that everyone is moving towards the sustainability goals.
Thank you, Mr. Amar. So, Dr. Mehra, I will ask you to please take on from there because he just spoke about net zero. I really want to know that now that we all have our sustainability targets as FM leaders, do you really think this net zero is, achievable? I mean, is it really a realistic goal? Because I kind of fathom and I don't really understand that, we just a couple of years from what we felt, we thought we've kind of made a path 2030, but is this really realistic? And I'm gonna follow up a question again over this particular thing with you. So hand on to the mic.
Thank you very much, Madhya Atiti, and apologies to the audience and the panelists because when I just got to learn that I'm sitting in the next panel, that it felt 20 years back when I prepared for the physics exam and opened up the paper, which was chemistry. So, but if you are agile enough, then you will be able to contribute even irrespective of the topic and the theme of the conference. For those I have not had the pleasure of meeting, myself, Dr. Neelam Mandir, I lead the human capital and the sustainability function globally for the company called Sri Ramakrishna Export SRK, which is the world's largest diamond manufacturing and export company. And as you touch upon the net zero part, let me apprise the group in the interest of the conversation that we become net zero last year, 2024. And it became India's first entity, unlisted entity, to attain the net zero mark. We were also the first
James Jewelry Sector Company to obtain those BTI last year. So when we are talking about net zero, it is all possible because some people might think that net zero is something about greenwashing. It's all about that people are claiming, but rather than not executing enough in their manner, and it's not the mark. Both manufacturing facilities of the SRK, which is centralized manufacturing, and Mr. Shetty will touch about the LEED and the IGBC and the other thing are not only green buildings, but if you see the website of USGBC and they display the top 6 green buildings of the world, since more than 4 years, both facilities have attained the mark of top 6 buildings of the world. And this is something which the leadership is committed for. So when we are thinking about sustainability, when we are talking about ESG, and it starts with the facility. We are operating in the facility. So what we fondly follow at SRK, we simply say the quadruple bottom line where we are not only committed about people, but we are also concerned about the profit. Because until you don't earn the profit, you won't be able to take care about your people. And the third thing, which is again important, is the planet part. Again, it's linked to the profit. If the company is not doing good, neither they will be able to contribute for their people or their planet. And ultimately, with the 4P lies, it's the purpose. What exactly you are doing business for. And that is something we are not only committed about the 4Ps, but we are also considering 3Cs at the same time. That we are concerned about the country, we are concerned about the climate, and we are also concerned about the community at large. So I think that is something which the dilemma lies in the majority of the sustainability professionals, the FM professionals, the practitioners, that it's non-realistic target. That's not the case because we did it. And interestingly, just to share the math, because somebody talked about the details on the compliance of being done by especially the 1,000 listed companies, which has to done the BRSR audits and to submit the reporting GR, G4 and whatnot. You'll be amazed to know that there are 1.5 million registered companies as per the Companies Act in India. Out of those 1.5 million companies, not more than 8,000 companies are listed companies. And out of those 8,000 companies, the compliance is only regulated top 1,000 as of now. So now imagine where 95% of the company belongs to the MSME sector and the unlisted companies. So till the time all the unlisted companies are not putting their footprint into the sustainability and the net zero mark, I don't think we'll be able to meet the 2070 target. And that is something which even the government has to think that how to support, how to spread the awareness across the leadership of the MSME sector, but they can also contribute equally. Without them, we will not be able to hit the mark. Second point, I would like to make it over here, that interesting study done by the Fortune 500 companies. They published their first list in 1955, and the last list got published in 2024. Out of the total Fortune 500 companies, more than 10,000 companies went into the list and then came out from that list. Interestingly, you'll be surprised to know that only 76 companies were there, which was there in 1955, and they are still there in 2024. They did an interesting study on that what was that unique proposition which made them sustain into the list of the Fortune 500 companies. And we got to one of the core and critical aspect of that was for those companies where the leadership was quite committed to their compliance, their ESG, their sustainability motive, only those companies could able to sustain and also project the sustainability agenda, driving forward into the global path and meeting the global. So I think that is something which is I wanted to talk on that, and then I'll share.
Thank you. Probably pass on to Ajit. Sorry, Commander Ajit. Let me say this with a lot of regard, dignity. FM used to be back of the house. Hamesha, we're never in front. We are the invisible people. But right now, when it comes to employee experiences, we are the frontline ones, right? So how do you want the leaders to evolve to this ever-changing scenario? Because the expectation is not from even their end, but our end. We want to be sitting at the board. We want to be seen around. We are here standing in front of everybody. We're live. There's a lot of expectation. So,
yeah, very true. Very true. I mean, hello everyone, and thank you for having me here. Who's bear with my bad throat today.
No. Your host, your voice, the host voice is very good. Right? It's good for the mic.
Also, we are talking about the future of FM, into this extent. As we all have been discussing here, though we can't live without technology. Today is the day we have to adopt sustainability as a priority. We have to be people-centric. So this is the task. This is the time when we need to focus upon these three aspects. We talk about future leadership. Looking at facility management, we have to avoid it a choice. To give the confidence, then wise, they look into the expenses. So, noting one of these three factors together. First thing is that how are we going to achieve it? So it was that when we design our workspaces, we have to design it so that the person going for safety, my health and safety, and psychological security, which somebody mentioned here. So while designing these good office spaces, workspaces, comfortable for the employees, how can we achieve it? So then comes the technology piece, again to integrate into our which we have to design and then with these office spaces. Designing is also just to 50% of your statement, design office spaces successfully. Sensibly and more evaluations, then have the best one coming into this. This subscription was that the services now take so more to the time enhancing the efficiencies. So that human interaction can go into a strategic role. And missions part. Think of to and also for preservation is so much essential today. When people talking about the fact that people in campus are willing to facilitate them, you will get each and every one of them together and then supply into our basis. This is going to be efficient. So now, and to adopt the technology to get the such requirements, risking and research. Which are less. How to run our facilities efficiently is usage of your alien IoTs, which means the systems. And what services? We had a presentation recently in the TV. We talked everything about how we can adapt to that. What our FM, there's something which we can't live without it. It sustainability. It is something to do with your mindset, change of your mindset. To go well, honestly, that's a language which has kind of the listed guidance to find the demons and importance of the responsibilities is to understand my techniques. So that's something from that's the just first what exactly is point sustainability data first. So we can be very conscious that not having the done is so then technology is when you do technology then you can go and time you can use and disable resource those data. So that's something I mean it's not about it. To go and to it's a day when we have to have obviously sustainability focus.
Thank you, Ajit. I'm going to move away from technology, sustainability, AI, and IoT for a minute. Right, Shalendra, over to you. We do have our service partners here. I want to understand as the future of FM, the topic that we are here today to speak on for the next generation facility management leadership. Where do they come into picture? And when we're talking about improving our quality, our services, how do you look at that collaboration? What can be done better? How do you balance it?
Before getting to that, I have a small point to make here. Uh, as Ajit pointed out, and his question was very relevant. There's a small point I like to make here regarding that. One thing that has changed drastically in past some time, as you told, we are the backbenchers, back of the stage, guys, stage. But now, one thing that I've seriously noticed is change in the amount of respect and the recognition that the film team is getting, which was missing earlier, right? So now it is not that boss light nahi aa rahi hai, banda bulane ka. No, it's not that. It's not only that much. Nowadays, there's a position which has come to a level wherein all of us, at least the leaders from FM side, are having a much more collaborative approach, and we are accepted at a much wider and a respected level. That's what I feel. I wanted to make that point here. Now, coming back to your question about the role what our partners play in how we deliver our service delivery we are able to do, and what we can do, probably what changes are expected in the future, right? First and foremost, whenever we come to the term of partners is payment, right? This might sound harsh, but let's be very, very blunt and honest about it. In 99.99% of cases, if I have very set, clear priorities, my expectations are clear with my service partners. If I'm able to make the payments in time, I'm very, very sure I'll get an equivalent positive response from them.
I want you to pause for a minute. Please raise your hands, those who agree with him. That says it all. All right. Please.
Still, I feel certain hands are not there which don't agree to it. That's okay. That's a difference of opinions, but I feel that's the most important point. Now, let's assume a scenario where we're able to make payments in time, which is a tough scenario to achieve. Other than that, the question or the equation has changed. It's not the time when I ask my service partner, do this, and it's done. And if not done, I just say, boss, why it has not been done? No. This is a time when we need to work in a collaborative manner, right? Maybe we can have the way we have collaborative work solutions, spreadsheets. This can be something where we sit together, we work together within definitive timelines. I involve my partners. I involve them in decision making. I take support of them. I have to agree to the fact that I might be one guy who's representing my company for taking support from my partners, but he has that specific subject core knowledge, and I must respect that. So if we work together, I'm sure we can work really fast and really forward. These were the two most important things. But yes, certain conventional aspects are also very, very important. You ought to have clear-cut requirements. You ought to have clear-cut timelines, and we need to keep a close alignment at the leadership level.
Yeah.
So, in case you must have noticed sometimes people at manager or assistant manager level don't tend to go very nicely with our service partners. It happens multiple times. But I feel if we collaborate at the leadership level, things will be far better and far different. That's all I have to say about that.
I wanted to add something here. Service providers or partners, as we call them. Why do we pick them? Because they have the expertise, and what they do is not our core competency. So first part is service partners are the most respected because they are adding into our competencies. That's what. Once we start respecting that part to the service partners, it's what the value add comes from them.
Completely.
And the minute you tell them that yes, you are valued for this, whenever you provide this, you will add to this. This is what you will contribute. This is what will lead to. It makes all the difference. Payments definitely are there. But yes, if I have budgeted for payment to a service partner, there is no way there it has to be delayed. It has to be because those are payments down right to the bottom of the pyramid, which is there. And if those payments are delayed, I will not feel the pinch. The guy down the line, he'll feel more pinch. So I agree with you about the payments part.
So I think it's marriage for me. It's basically we are the engines, you're the fuels. So you don't give me the fuel, I don't travel. So it works like that. It works in sync, and I so very much agree to the mindset of these gentlemen. I still see people calling service partners as vendors. How many of you call service partners as vendors? Now raise your hands and be honest. Yeah. So, and thank you. You actually were very honest. That's very nice of you. It's time that we kind of, as he said, you're the brain and we're just the body. So we represent you, but you're the one who making us move our body parts. So thank you to all of you all for that. I'm going to move from another question to something which is very important to all of us today in the scenario that we've already moved from and which is post-pandemic. Very pertinent. Now, I also manage security. So beyond physical security, Sanjay Saab, over to you and also to Ms. Dr. Deera. How can the facility management support psychological safety, especially the sensitive environment that we are all in today?
So the question first comes in: what is psychological safety? Physical safety, everybody understands. Fire safety, earthquake safety, this, that, everything is documented. What is psychological safety? How does it impact somebody, or why it is important? So just to touch upon a little on this thing is, uh, we've been experimenting at our firm, which is what is called as psychological safety as a KPI uh, to be measured for the senior management. Now, means that within the team which is sitting there, we will come back to the whole environment, but I'm saying it's starting to within the team which is there. So every senior has a team which is probably 20, and beyond that there are 20. Do they have the courage and the ability to come up and speak without being judged? Without being judged. And judgment is not about just what you're saying is right or wrong. Judgment is about gender. Judgment is about special ability. Judgment is about how I appear. Judgment is about what is my demographic, what is the language I speak. So that psychological safety is the most important thing. And we as facility managers, we have to migrate from the mind, because the first time somebody walks into a physical facility is, what do they experience? They don't experience the CEO's vibes. They don't experience the MD. They do who they first see. They first see the security guard who's standing on the gate. They first see the front office receptionist or the little housekeeper who's been standing around, or the person who's serving tea. Now, all these people, whether it is to respect the most senior person or to the most junior person, that's where the psychological safety comes. If the security guard welcomes you with a smile, the person feels that way. Little things. So I'm moving from saying psychological safety for first the people who are coming into the organizations. What you pertinently said about large organizations, large places, hospitals, malls. How do I feel psychological safe there? I will feel physical safe, then only I will feel psychological safe. So FM has got a very important part in transitioning this physical safety into psychological safety. Though it is practice that has to be done by people who are there, up seniors, and it's a value system that goes around in the firm, or the culture change which goes around. The implementers, the first implementers of the psychological safeties are people who are first down the line, who are being the first responders to anything. I think even if there is somebody in the office, if I know there is an ERT in the office, there's emergency response team in the office, I will feel psychological safe to be there. If I have a low blood pressure syndrome, there is somebody to take care of me. That's where it makes a difference. Having the safe water delivered to people creates a lot of psychological safety. I don't have to worry about what's there going in. whether it is anything out there, it is, these are minor things, these are little truffles, and I say truffles lead to perfection, but perfection is never a truffle. So small things make a lot of difference, and these are the things which add to the psychological safety from the FM perspective.
Thank you, Sanjay sir. Dr. Neil, your views.
Just as a rejoinder to the fellow panelist spoke about. So the moment we talk about psychological safety, I got to remember the theory given by the famous psychologist called Herzberg. It's a two-factor theory. One factor talks about the hygiene factor, and the other factor is the motivation factor. So gone are the days the psychological safety has become the motivation factor anymore. It is the hygiene factor now. The moment you start to attract the talent within the organization. Facility, of course, we will be able to make the most levels, most luxurious, more greener factories, the greener premises. But what if we don't have any human being into that facility, walking in or just staying by? So I think this is something which is very hygiene, and it is also giving that level of comfort to the employees per se if you are working in factory. Of course, if you are a factory, running a factory, you are having the requirements for the Factories Act, you have to follow the occupation health and safety rules and regulation. But over and above what you are contributing to this, the legislative requirement, that is something which is very proactive in nature, and that is also not also part of the talent strategy or the attracting the talent, but also about retaining the right talent within the premise. I would just you touch upon the pandemic era. Let's remember that we started our factory operations in June 20, immediately after the lockdown, and August we were running full time. In a single building, 1,50,000 square feet, we are having 4,000 employees. Imagine the situation: 4,000 employees are working day in and day out, and they don't have to worry about positivity rate of COVID because they were aware that the positivity rate of the COVID being positive they're almost less than 15% in comparison of the other manufacturing facility. It's something you can't have to just do the lip service, but you have to execute in person where your employees feel like pampered. They are also feeling that the company is providing that culture of care, and then they are thinking, and the company is thoughtful about it. So it's also helping the organization to do their employer branding, and ultimately, like, putting the unique footprint and a benchmark in your own sector, in your own company. And someone rightly mentioned, it's not only about treating your internal stakeholder, but also to talk about and creating that buy-in from your external. So it's like I keep on saying it's all about the sustainability in the supply chains by considering also the bottom and the top line of the supply chain. That is my take. Thank you.
This official conversation to a personal, I think some of you have gone through my LinkedIn article that happened a couple of days back. I'm a security person. I'm an FM person. And it was about the psychological safety of my child. I'm not going to get into details at all, but as a security personnel, if I was not able to stand up for the psychological safety and what my child went through, I think I failed as an FM leader. And that is exactly what we need today when we're talking about as leaders of the front line, as the new generation. I think that also should hold ground and hold good for campuses that we just spoke about. So I'm not going to get into these details that are very personal. You can go and read the article if you'd like, or probably talk to me offline. But coming back to Ajit, and also this question I'll pass on to Amar Saab as well. What is your leadership success? When we're talking about today, and we're talking about versus 5 years ago. So Ajit, your views.
I think the one thing which I left behind was storytelling. We did one of the I think everyone was so big.
Did very well. I'm a very good storyteller. So make sure that I'm visible, and I think that's exactly what we're saying to do. So I'm just saying, bring this out because it's important. I barely see. I'm sorry, but I barely see our FM leaders. When I say FM, I think I'm talking about the entire gamut of the umbrella, the entire umbrella. I barely see our facility management leaders talking and sharing whatever they are going through what they've done, because only in the forums we are trying to do the best sharing practices. Um, I love reading articles on LinkedIn. And that we all of us cannot be here at the same time in forums. It's very difficult for us to travel miles away to hear you out. So please write your stories. So thank you, Ajit.
So this thing having unless and until you can learn stories, you can't make an impact. You can't have a certain time. Unless you have a certain you can talk. Not strategist.
Yeah.
That's the awareness my dad says you don't comparison with them. It knows us. Everyone's also the most we could do that. Infrastructure. That's a huge, which I think we have to come one from a thought.
Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, please. I come to you, Melissa, because okay, no offense meant, huh? He's the most experienced person in the group. Okay, I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll just reiterate one comment that Major Aditi made, and that is the sharing of knowledge. What is the best thing to do? How is the best thing to do that today? Social media and LinkedIn and even Facebook or whatever other media we use. I think, particularly in this context, obviously LinkedIn is our best source to share what are our experiences and knowledge sharing for sustainability, for best practices, and everything else that we do. I think that is the best forum to be heard today.
Thank you, Melissa. And Sanjay sir, just 2 lines because then I have a rapid fire for you.
Sure. So for me, success doesn't change what it was 5 years ago to what it is today. Nothing succeeds like success. Only the parameters you have to define. That definition has to come from what you understand from your deliverables. Pure and simple. Please understand what is to be delivered. Deliver it to the best using. I will. I was probably overwhelmed by um, the presentation by Tarun, which talked about what is it that needs to be done. So he said everything in that where you have to, where were you and where you have to go. So you were there 5 years ago. You don't have to be there 5 years or today. Just a change. The success parameter will remain same. Whatever it is, nothing succeeds like success. Succeed. What the success difference is. That's it.
2 words, Dr. Meera. And last 2 words, Shalendra.
I would just say,
Okay, the buzzer now. Just give me 2 minutes.
I would just say that whatever just my fellow panelists have contributed, because when we talk about creating our own storytelling, it is not always about. I would just say that the best what we are making in our respective organization, it's not the benchmark to make a progress. If until and unless we are linking that benchmark to the most needy people at the bottommost of the pyramid and try to reach up to that level, that is something which.
Thank you. Very good points.
So going quickly on it, I'm sure we all have multiple stories, right? But probably connecting your stories with the right people, with the right content, and at every possible opportunity is the key to it. How well do we connect to the people? Uh, Especially in our field, it's all experience sharing with our teams. So what we learn, we need to pass on to our teams. And there are multiple times, like my current organization, the average age of people working there is around 27 years. So very young people, we have a lot of stories to hear also from them. They are very creative.
True.
Let's share it. Let's move forward.
Thank you. So Ajit, what you started is ended now. So great. I'm going to go back.
Just one second.
Get a time shot.
No stories about success. Share stories about failures also.
Yeah.
They're very important.
Very, very
The more
important.
you share stories about failure, the more people learn from that.
So let's test them, ladies and gentlemen. They've been talking for the last 30, 40 minutes. All right, rapid fire for you. Whoever takes the mic first, that's it. One technology FM leaders must master in the next 3 years.
BMS.
Okay. One leadership trait that will become non-negotiable.
Seek to understand before you seek to be understood.
Okay, that's wonderful. One FM myth. And those who've spoken cannot speak again. One FM myth you'd like to bust once and for all.
Failures lead to success.
I'm gonna very candidly say one thing, which I always tell people, but I have a lot of pride and also in that. But one myth, हम सिर्फ झाड़ू पोछे वाले लोग नहीं है. But yeah, please, anybody wants to break one FM myth?
Backbenchers to frontliners.
Yeah, okay. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I've come to a closure. I had a wonderful discussion with these handsome young men out here. Thank you very much for this powerful discussion. Few key takeaways which have emerged today. Technology is a tool and it's not a goal. So let's remember that. Sustainability is now a leadership KPI. It is just not a compliance issue. And of course, the different talent game is changing. And of course, our approach needs to change as well. We are strategists, let's not believer, and we need to be human centric. Thank you, my fellow panelists. Thank you very much. And with this, the lunch is open. I can't say the bar is open, but the lunch is open, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm sorry I cannot be even a good partner because I'm just not a drinker at all. So let's keep the conversation going. We spoke of storytelling, so let's do that. Thank you very much and Jai Hind.
Thank you. And once the man is all the moderating. Thank you. Raksha said that it is time for lunch. It's 9:35. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock with the next discussion. Just a request. Please be on time so we can start with the next panel discussion because the planners have to leave as well. Just a request. See you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. May I please request you all to take your seats so we can start now. Friends at the back as well. I'm so sorry to really make the conversation. Surely, I'm making a switch to do the last panel discussion now, and then we'll do the next one after that. This one is for smart cities and smart buildings, the future of urban infrastructure. Please join me in welcoming our panelists up first. Ajit Kumar, Managing Director, World Dynamics Accounts West Asia, JLL. Joining him is Ashish Rakeja, Managing Partner, Beyond Integrated Building Design Consultants. Joining them is Rachna Vatsa, Head, Workplace Management India. Also joining them is the Alka June, CMD, Agency Group of Companies. And this session will be chaired by Sunil Raj, Senior VP, Administration JSW Steel. Let's welcome them collectively. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. Uh, Welcome to and first panel after lunch. My promise will make it a lot of laughter, humor, and fun. Are you game for it? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So panel को change कर देते हैं. Let us make it a discussion for the afternoon, and I want all of us to participate so that we make this an irregular panel, just like the subject says, smart panel. So I am very happy to be here. I am Ralph Sunil. I am very happy to be back in Delhi. I used to work with GMR as group head for GMR across the group, including the Delhi airport, Hyderabad airport, all the energy plants for 5 years before I went to JSW Steel. Presently, I'm based in Karnataka in a plant which is about 10,000 acres in near Bangalore, 5 hours from Bangalore. And I've been in the FM industry for the past 30 years. So we'll share a lot of stories. We'll have a lot of fun. Before I go forward, I would like to ask my panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll take the subject on.
A very good afternoon, all of you. I know after lunch it becomes a little difficult to sit and listen to the conversation, but as Ralph said, we'll make it more interesting, and we would like to interact with you people so that it is an interaction section, so that everybody is taking interest in it. So myself, Alka Ju, I'm CMD of A to Z group of companies, which is A to Z Facility Management, A to Z Housekeeping Solutions, and I'm the managing partner for JUPEX Foundation, which is a NGO. And side by side, I own my own 3-star hotel at Hello City. So I would say I'm into this facility management for last more than 3 decades. I started my career as a housekeeper in 1991. So here I am today in front of you. I'm looking forward to interact with you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ajit. I'm based in Bangalore. Lead the Work Dynamics division of JLL, which manages and works with occupiers of large buildings, corporates primarily. And I've been with JLL for almost 20 years now.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. My name is Rachna Vats. I head workplace management for Airtel India. So which includes, our retail stores, offices, MSC, data centers, and the corporate office, circle offices which we have. So large portfolio, different sort of experience, and in a way, everyone is our customer because I represent Airtel, right? Uh, Otherwise, I have total work experience of 20 years. I have worked with various companies like ICICI, Reliance, Vodafone Idea, a European company called Cinch, which is again, telecom-based product making. And this is, the panel, the subject which is given today, where I definitely look forward that a lot of participation from your side, because we are talking about smart city, right? Which I think very less people have experienced, at least in India. So looking forward for that. Thank you.
Namaskar. My name is Ashish Rakheja. I'm a consulting engineer in the field of electromechanical and sustainability. So when I got invited, I started thinking, what have I got to do with facility management? Nothing. Then I realized about everything what I do is ultimately facility managers are taking care of it. So we've designed buildings and with respect to electromechanical and sustainability, which ultimately is impacting the facility managers and the building owners. It's a group of about 250 people that we run based in India. And we primarily into the design of hotels, hospitals, airports like the Jewar Airport, and lots of buildings that we do. So happy to be part of this panel, especially the smart cities and smart buildings. Smart cities, I'm not too sure. I thought smart cities all about chalan mein aayega ghar pe bas CCTV camera lage hai. Possibly it will be more than that, but definitely smart buildings is somewhere that we can contribute a lot. Thank you.
Great, Ashish. That's the panel in front of you. So, question to all of you. Just tell one word when you think of smart building or smart city. We have maybe 50, 60 people here. Then we have 60 words. I'm sorry. Efficiency. Plan for future. Okay. Very good. Technology innovation. Save every life of the occupant of the building. Okay. Ease of every citizen of that. Ease of every citizen of the building. Any more? I'm sorry? Surveillance. Okay. Sustainable. Very good. Any more? Two more and then we can close this panel. Okay, so smart cities or smart buildings are buildings or cities, like he rightly said, 3-4 words, keywords: sustainable, easy, highly efficient in terms of basically natural resources, and a governance that will lead to smart living of people with a lot of control on the particular activity by itself, not by pushing. अगर Delhi bus में जाएंगे or any metro city bus you go, people hang out of the bus in the smaller towns. Police has to give danda to put them inside. But in the smart cities, it's all automatic door control. Right. I'm just giving a small example. If you buses and metros, whatever, also enough, correct. So that's what makes a smart city. So what you said is the problem to making a smart city. Or traffic, red signal, red light, people go, or no parking mein jana hai. So what smart cities have got? They have bolsters, bollards which come up. They have spikes which come up. So it's like somebody from here said technology. So technology is another big element of smart. So there are lots of things that we'll discuss in this panel and with all of us in the smart city and smart building panel. So what I would want my co-panelists to talk about is what is their thought about smart city and what they would want to tell the audience about their little experience from the space of smart city or smart building they manage from themselves. So let's start with Alka madam.
Yeah, for me, smart city is where when I start my day, Like I don't have to take tension that how long it will take to reach my office, which is the biggest challenge in smart cities we people are facing, I believe. Gurgaon is the live example in front of us. It is called as smart city, but I hardly see anything which is smart. So the definition of smart city here, it is just for the sake of saying smart city. And the problem what we face is we don't learn out of the issues, out of the problems. After some time, Faridabad was also declared a smart city. But again, it is a utter failure. We all know that. So what I feel like smart city when it comes to like we should have nice mobility, nice transportation system. When your day starts, you are tension free to reach your office so that your mind is in your work where you feel that yes, I can, uh, contribute to the system where I can go and work religiously, but it doesn't happen. So the government and the private bodies, which I feel should have a long-term master plan of mobility which is not happening. Our governments or our private agencies just work on 20 years master plan or maybe 30 years plus master plan. It is not happening. If we take example of small cities like don't go far away. If we go to Kuala Lumpur, see the kind of roads they have, the kind of infrastructure they have come up. You go to Dubai, so everywhere you see that roads, mobility, transportation is the place where like everybody is commuting in a very fast pace. So what I feel that the transportation system should be such where everybody should reach office or should have just tension free thing. There should not be any traffic. There should not be any accidental things. There should not be the road should be clear. Signals it should be signal free, but which is not happening. But we have to ensure that how it is going to happen. So the government and the private bodies have to work together so that this mobility is there. The infrastructure is coming up. Infrastructure, whatever we are going to create there is good enough so that it can take the task of people, say hundreds of thousands of people are going to work in smart cities, so we have to take care of our transportation system.
Great. Can we hear from Ajit? So my view about smart cities a little more positive. We have a bits and parts of smart city in every city that we have. There's something that's working well. I think it's a combination of the whole thing. Our buildings have become smart today. A lot of buildings have become green, sustainable, technology enabled, ease of use, multiples that are there. The cities are there in bits and pieces. And to Alka's point about traffic management and things like that. If you look at Bangalore, Bangalore's actually implemented a very smart traffic management system. It's still work in progress. It's not perfect, but it actually predicts the amount of traffic that's going to be on the road and defines how long that signal is going to stay green. Has that solved the problem? No, but the ability of the technology to learn and make life easier continues to be. So it's going to be a journey. I mean, we can't build a new city altogether, but the ability to adapt to what we really need, I think that's my definition of a smart city. And I think with a little bit of effort and the technology implementation and investment that's really happening, we will see a lot of our cities go smart, but maybe not smart in terms of every aspect of it. There are certain parts of our life which would become easier, and I think, and the city will adapt to those. So that's my view of a smart city.
Thanks, Ajit. Rachna?
So I will, like to talk about something which we can really control, right? Smart city is something which is definitely with the partnership of government. Private and public partnership is required to make the city change. But here, with us as FM fraternity, if I have to talk about, let's focus on what we can really do in terms of our own buildings, because that is where, first of all, the controllable experience starts. After that, the integration with the city would happen. So my take on smart city would be this, that first let's focus on smart buildings.
Thank you. सर आपने नाम क्लियर नहीं रखा.
Sorry.
Can I start?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to work on. You said that in the thinking mode, yes, you know. Sure. So on a serious note, um, to me, a smart city would mean a city which is resilient, because resiliency is a big subject to do with respect to man-made and natural disasters. Gurgaon, you took the example. It's a combination of man-made and natural disasters, both where we stand there. So smart city has to be resilient. And resilience is a subject that can overflow into many areas, but I'll leave it there for the time being. The second is digital. When you talk of CCTVs and all, you know, when I spoke about the challans coming home, I was just cracking a joke, but at the end of the day, digitalization is something which is in. And the third part is sustainability. When you have all the three basic ingredients into the place, rest all are offshoots of whatever we talk about and has to be there. Now, where do I see those? First of all, resiliency, it's a very interesting subject. So if I can go 2-3 minutes, I can talk on that. You know, traditionally how the cities or the buildings are designed. They are designed based on historical data. You look at 100-year-old, so you call an architect or a city planner, they look at 100-year-old data and say, flood levels are here, and earthquake is like this, the wind speeds are like this, and I'm designing my buildings. Future is not about the past. The climate change has brought in a separate angle of a changing weather patterns and changing scenarios. We were at a conference in Mumbai where the Indian Meteorological Department chief was there. And he said, look, we still in Mumbai get the same rainfall. The volume is the same, but it is coming in more intensity. The wind patterns are becoming more intense. We can just go on and on in that. So we have to be able to predict now what is going to be future from here, from 20 years from now, 50 years from now. And we already started seeing those trends coming in, again, not leading too medically. Digitalization, we're all seeing it. In our daily lives, we are talking of 5Gs, 6Gs, phones and all part of the digital infrastructure that is being built. IoT is Internet of Things is a reality today. Artificial intelligence is coming. Whatever form it is today, it is going to become more and more collaborative as we go forward. Our cities should be able to take that. And finally, a sustainability, because we have a 2070 target. Whether we take that 2070 hoga, 2050 hoga, 2080 hoga, point is the decarbonization target is sitting on our head. And cities, a built environment contributes to 40% of the carbon emissions. And up to that, the transport emissions and all, you're talking of a nearly 70-80% emissions coming out of this itself. So the one which is smart will be able to look at all of this, and these are doable. Nothing is undoable in this. You already, as correctly said earlier, one of my fellow panelists said, you have started cracking it at the vision level, and it's time that we can extend it to the city level too. So that's my view. Thank you.
Great, Ashish. Thanks to all of you. See, I will share some experiences of what I've also gone through. I've handled both the smart city and the smart building as well. Delhi Airport, I'm sure all of us have been there everywhere. In the last 5 years, when I used to be there, like some of you said, technology made a transformation to the building. Any building that can measure and control. Anybody can guess how many sensors are there in T3? Just a number. For only controlling HVAC. The air quality of Terminal 3 is controlled by how many sensors? Just a number, tell me. Yeah, Delhi International, T3.
So the air quality you're saying, sir? Air quality?
Just take a rough guess. 18. 80. We are close. 26,000 sensors 3 years ago. Today it must have gone to 40,000 sensors. No human intervention. The sensor will talk to the HVAC panel. If there is more CFM, it will reduce the CFM. If there is bad air, it will reduce the bad fresh air. It will control the entire flow. And if you go to T3 at any point of time, 99%, I cannot leave 1% away, you will find the same temperature always maintained, which is almost at 21, 22. T3 is cold. If you've been there, you will notice it. If you come outside the aircraft and enter T3, I'm sure all of you have gone through, correct, no? So buildings run by technology. Anybody can see, I've gone to a building probably, I don't know, it must be the top 5 buildings in the country, in Ahmedabad. Anybody can guess? Who said that? OCH. Anybody's gone to that building? So you've been there. 17 floors managed by a small team of FM professionals, and everything from the BMS to the water management, to the discharge, to the cafeteria, to the waste management, to the lighting. 100% controlled by 3 people in 3 shifts from a BMS, which is in the basement. Even if you go to the parking with your car, there is an arrow which will lead you to park where? An arrow will lead you to park. One of the best buildings in the country, it was ACH. So Gautam Bhai, I was a guest of Gautam Bhai for 4 days in that building, and it was simply amazing. Paper, no stationery. If you go to a meeting room, if the meeting is booked for, let us say, 1 hour, 55th minute, there will be a buzzer that will come. Anybody's meeting. And after the 65th minute, the lights will automatically get off if you don't ask for an extension. The building talks to everybody. So there are buildings that are beautifully made and going all across the country. I have handled about 3-4 cities, including the present one which I'm handling is a 10,000 acres city which we are trying to make smart. No dustbin in the city. Completely fleet of 200 EV vehicles. No emission on transportation. Zero liquid discharge. Waste segregation at source. Governance in all ways, including diversity, which is part of ESG. So these are the things that really, why I'm telling you experiences, because that will stay with people as takeaways. So if you manage to bring in elements of all we spoke in social areas, in technology areas, in governance areas, in mobility areas, in waste areas, we can get a great city. And now many hotels, like we spoke about buildings, hotels are becoming examples of smart buildings as we go by. It's a complete ecology, not building alone, not the city alone. So we'll take the next round. I would like to start.
Can I comment on that, what you made, if that's okay with you?
And then we go to the next round. Okay, sure. Then we will be discussing among ourselves. My suggestion is, let's go to the next round. What I would want before you start, audience question, tell me one element of smart building or smart city that you have driven from yourself. Anybody wants to speak? One element that you have experienced, that you introduced in your career to make a change in the building or the city that you manage. If not, the panelists are going to talk about it. Okay, Ashish? You can answer
this.
now.
Yes.
Now you can answer my question also.
Simplest example would be your elevators. Your elevators come with built-in adaptive function, which is nothing closer to the artificial intelligence, where they can predict the movement of the people in the morning and the evening, because there's a pattern in an office environment, in a residential environment, there's a pattern. And these elevators can predict that movement. So the positioning of the car, if you have a multiple elevators, the position of the car is based on the predictive learning that is taking place. So this has been around for a long time, and there are many such examples we can go on. So, would like to speak on. All right. So I'll comment on what Sir said. I think he brought up the example of the Terminal 3, and I had the privilege of being the designer for it several years back when it was being set up for the Commonwealth Games. The entire example which Sir had taken was around the digital infrastructure. And currently, the digital infrastructure, what he's talking about, the building automation systems, are itself seeing an evolution when we say IoT, Internet of Things. The reason is that anything that you pick up from the phone to the car to everything has got microprocessors in it. Everything is becoming digital. Now, interconnecting of those devices is the next generation of uh, uh, of evolution that we are seeing. And finally, the ingrained AI systems that will start coming in. So, what Sir is saying, the SM team today requires 5 people to run the building. Now it's going to become 3 people to run the building, operate the building. Those AI systems are going to take over. So they require a lot of learning, machine learning to take place. All those revolutions will happen. And that's why I said one of the biggest. In fact, I was reading Google when they said one of the mega trends of our construction industry or the built environment. Two mega trends appeared. The first one was climate change or the dehumanization. And the second one, again, was the digitalization. So digitalization is what is going to be key in many areas because we're going to monitor performance, we'll be able to improve upon performance. If those of you in the hotel industry would see, benchmarking of the properties is being done with respect to their operation with the various aspects, whether it's waste, whether it's water, whether it's energy, whether it's manpower, benchmarking and survey learning and optimization taking place. So,
Thanks, Ashish. Rachna is a building management expert, and she is going to share few thoughts on building efficiency and how technology is transforming buildings into smart buildings. Rachna, over to you.
So see how I see, any building to be smart from two perspectives. One is obviously the user. Um, our profile is very much closely related to the workplace experience, the way, employees feel the building. So whether this is about, smart parking, people are not supposed to wait, right? When, the experience starts from there, once people enter in the morning. So smart parking may be an app which tells me that, okay, whether parking is available in a city like Gurgaon, where's always a dearth of parking, right, in the building. So people should be pre-informed about it so that they can really manage their schedule and their, first step in the office. Second would be the way, the access is granted. If let's say I forget my access card, what is the alternate way which makes me fast? Let's say I'm running late for a meeting and I suddenly realize that, okay, my card is not there. What is the alternate mechanism which we have created to ensure that an employee gets a speedy entry, right? Because security is also equally important. Third would be that, okay, I'm occupying the desk. There are, different sort of, I can say, ways of working which we have set at Airtel, depending on the different businesses which we run. So there are hybrid operations. There are people who have fixed seating. There are, shifts also working. So people who work in hybrid shift generally, we especially take care of this thing that how they are equipped to have the right desk available for them. They should not be having a challenge that, okay, oh, I'm coming here for 3 days and I'm not able to have a seat. Why should I come to office? That experience. Then the other one, which is I'm sure that a lot of you must be facing in your own buildings, meeting room efficiency and, the way it is used. People book it, they don't use it. What is the way out? There are a couple of things which we all have tried in terms of having floor walks, understanding, okay, whether the meeting room is occupied, not occupied. Then obviously what we started recently, using sensors, right? So that we know this thing that, okay, someone is occupying or not, can we really release it to other person or not in the portal itself so that it is available, people can really book it. The other would be from FM side, right? Our perspective, that how do we perceive our buildings to be smart? In terms of our own operations, first thing is obviously the energy management, right? Because we all know this thing, when we see about our OPEXs, energy is something which definitely has a higher cost other than the, rentals and cam and whatever we pay. So energy efficiency definitely, and how do we monitor it? Once we monitor it, then only we will know this thing that, okay, how do we cut cost on that or optimize it basically. The other would be HVAC, right? Because we all have different sort of people occupying the building and different sort of complaints coming up that, okay, this is too cold, this is too hot. So obviously BMS helps us. Now we have the integration with us. Third would be, water and waste management. Very, very important for all of us. because this does not only adds to the reporting of the thing which we do, it is definitely a duty from all of us that these things are managed efficiently and there's a process attached to it. So how are we making that smart in terms of having the right tool, having things which are equipping us for having all the reportings on time. So I see smart building in this way.
Excellent, excellent, Rachna. That's a lot of thought, and you covered a lot of things. So world is moving very fast, and almost all the things you have mentioned here, solutions are going at breakneck speed, and everything is becoming disruptive. Things are being changed in a very big way. I would like to now request Ajit to speak about the ESG part of how a smart building or a smart city. What are those elements that make a smart city or a smart building with respect to the ESG component?
Sure. I think we've spoken about the environment aspect, so I'll leave that aside for a second and then concentrate on two not so high focus areas. Two areas that probably need a lot more focus, which is the social and the governance. It's about who's using it. While we've got employees, we've got associates, but there are a good number of people who come from a totally different class who are inside that building. How do we actually get them to be a part of this whole story? Are we good? I mean, and I'm not going to go to the controversial topic of minimum wages. I'll leave that there for a second. But I'd definitely love to talk about something that we are working, which is living wages, something that we are pushing hard to see how do we get that. But more importantly, we're talking about technology. We're talking about buildings that interact with people. We also need to understand that we come from a very diverse country that's multiple languages being spoken. And when we go for a trained ITI or a diploma, he's not as well versed in English as a lot of us are, or probably who are educated. Are these technologies and smart buildings ready to kind of communicate with that level of people? Is AI only for the people who are capable and educated, or can AI help that section of people? So what we've done, and I'll probably jump into an example quickly, what we've actually done is we've created a technology can interact with our technicians in 28 different languages and uses AI. So what happens is, let's say there's a red light blinking on the UPS. He just goes and takes a photo of it on our tool. Actually tells him in his local language what 4 things that he needs to do to be able to resolve that, bypass it, whatever it is, and guides him to eventually saying that if it's a larger breakdown, probably go to call the OEM or whatever needs to be done in that aspect. So I would call this as democratization of AI. I think that's the social angle of the whole story. It also connects in terms of being inclusive about how it is. So this not only has engineering, but also in our soft services in terms of we're moving away from this whole concept of let's say time based, that everything is going to be done every 1 hour. We're moving into something called as condition based, where it's going to be done based on need. And that again interacts in multiple languages for our housekeepers and all those people. So, the point I'm making is the social and governance aspect sometimes in smart cities gets lost because we're looking at one section of people. When we mean smart city, one of the big thing is about the whole inclusivity. Whether it's someone who's 80 years old or someone who's 10 years old, that city needs to be able to adapt itself to give that person what he or she needs. If that person is educated or uneducated or half educated, in the language, I think it needs to do something like that. I think so. ESG is going to play, or SG, let me put it, E is a given, like Ashish said. There's not going to be a place to live if we don't take care of the E. But S and G are going to be very important aspects that people like us, especially this fraternity, needs to look at to be enabling a large part of our population to be a part of this growth in the smart cities.
Great, that's a lot of good insight, Ajit. And nice to hear all the initiatives that JLL has been taking. I know one of you have seen this video on YouTube of JLL. Have you seen this? If you have not seen, just write down and see it today. You'll love the video. It's called JLL Future of Work. Just go and see this video. It will address what she has told in the building, what he has told. It's all in the YouTube. How you can enter a building seamlessly and finish your day seamlessly. JLL, Future of Work or Future of Workplace. I'll move on to Alka Madam to talk about the mobility aspect and the waste management aspect of a smart building or a smart city. So your turn now.
Yeah, see, waste management is the most challenging thing today's life because I would say more than 75 million waste is being generated by India, and we don't know how to recycle it. We don't know how to go about it. So this is the biggest challenge we are facing. I'll talk about Aerocity. Uh, Aerocity is taking great initiatives that how best we can do the waste management, how the things can be recycled out of the waste. So the same way, each and every person of our field, especially the facility management team, has to ensure that the whatever waste is being generated from the buildings is being properly segregated and then recycled. So the segregation of waste management is most important because unless the waste is not segregated, we cannot recycle it. So recycling is the process where you take out the waste, you segregate it, and then you reuse it and you recycle it so that it can be used again. So this is one of the most important thing, and I'm very happy to have a city where we are taking all these initiatives. I would say that where used plastic bottles are being used as planters. We are growing small plants in used plastic bottles. Then there are so many things like uh, we are doing the water that is coming from the hotels, the wastewater is being uh, they're used for the horticulture team. They're using the wastewater for watering the plants. So these are small steps which are being taken for the waste management. So everywhere like, we should take because the charity begins at home only. Unless the waste management is not being taken care by us at home, by our children, I don't think so. The big buildings and the people working these buildings will be they can they they can use it or they can reuse the so everywhere has to take a pledge that okay, segregate the waste. Dry waste is separated from the wet waste, so the wet waste can be used for the making the compost. For so many agencies, government is also taking initiatives with religiously not follow it. So I would recommend everybody to segregate the waste and use it making compost for your plants, for your you feel like can be used. But the same thing goes for the transportation as I talked earlier also. So the air system as Ashish has been talking, which is very important to control the traffic. We quoted the example of Gurgaon that it is just if I have to reach office, I don't know how long it will going to take to reach office. So digitalization, the uh, AI tools to control the traffic is going to be the most important thing, which I think we all should work on it. Government should invest on R&D that how we can control traffic and then where best parking. How the parking can be controlled by AI system digitization. So that's what I feel that smart cities should have. It is the basic thing which everybody should talk about now.
Great item, madam. So I've got about 10, 15 examples, short one-liners. Two big roads in India which have become smart by itself. Anybody can answer? Mumbai Coastal Road and the Dwarka Expressway. The two big roads that today is changing the face of Indian transport. I'm sure all of us have used. Mumbai Coastal Road, I used to take 1 hour, 10 minutes when I used to work in Bombay to go from from Bandra to Churchgate. It takes me less than 20 minutes now. In the Dwarka Expressway, first time I went after a few months. It's just changing. So there is development. This is what is becoming smart. Waste management. We launched a program in Rishikesh. These are all storytelling I'm trying to tell you, the real things. And behind every bottle, we put a QR code. जो भी bottle मिलेगा ना, anybody can pick up that bottle from anywhere and take it to a shop. There was a list of shops in Rishikesh. If that bottle is given, that fellow will scan the QR code and give him 5 rupees. Just to collect an empty bottle. Rishikesh became zero bottle. It's a program which is going on even now. There is some issues in the last 2 weeks, but we are running that from the JSW Foundation, which I triggered, and we put it on the map of the activity. Flora fauna, somebody was talking about, waste management in the other way. I have just on the bridge of commissioning a waste management plant, probably one of the best integrated waste management plant in any corporate. We will be generating 5 crores revenue every year from the plant from the first year onwards. Plastic, wet, dry, biodegradable, e-waste, not e-waste, and horticulture waste. The first year we are looking at doing about 5 crore generation with all the various technologies that can segregate and do waste, which is purely conceptualized, made everything in-house, and we are driving that in a very short way. The first township, not now, when our Prime Minister said that entire country should go digital in cash. All of you are part of it? No paisa. There was the first township in the country that you cannot even put a puncture to a bicycle. A child cannot do with 5 rupees. They had to use a digital medium. We gave them all cards, no cash. No, it's all on YouTube. If you go to YouTube, you can talk to me later. All the links are there. First city in the country, smart city in the country, we didn't have any digitalization. So there are leaps and bounds of things that are going on in a building. For example, Rachana was saying, I went to Macau. I'm sure any of you gone to Macau. There's this large meridian there, which is, I think, 3,000 or 4,000 casino hotels, 3,000-4,000 rooms. And you know how many people were maintaining these 3,000-4,000 rooms? Maintenance crew? 7 people in all the shifts. Bulb goes down in any room, in all the 3,000-4,000 rooms, it will come on the BMS and you can go. So technology is becoming very vast. Technology is growing in a very big way. All the aspects of smart city are getting into it. Like Ashish said, IoT and AI is going to be the future. It's already future. I was in Amsterdam for the Interclean India meet. That's the biggest forum of all the FM fraternity across the world. They come there. I went there for the first time last year, and believe me, AI driven, including the cycle. It's all AI IoT driven. You can park, you can know where to park your cycle, you know which road is bigger, which road is smaller. Very small, happy city. Amazing transformation, and you feel like that you want to stay there itself. So there's a lot of things that go up. I've got 4 minutes in which I will give the panelists one minute, and I'll ask the organizers to give 2 more minutes to the audience. So just as a wrap up, Ashish, you start. I would want to know, do you think this smart city will happen, smart building will happen all across our country, or there are any big challenges that you think will delay this in a long way, or some thoughts you want to put on it, or who all should participate?
So the whole digitalization, resiliency, and finally the sustainability will bring in accountability. And once the accountability comes in, it is all about performance. Already, when you talk of the ESG, when you talk of carbon emissions, when you talk of energy numbers, water numbers, everybody is now looking down to a number that you need to achieve. That means the days of broad concepts are gone. Now performance has to be shown. Even if you look at your rating systems, we're all familiar with the green rating systems of the buildings. The earlier concepts of the green rating systems are going away because they were all about designs. They did not come into the performance of the building. Though net zero rating systems that we're talking about is always about the performance of the building. Even from the so as we go down to the performance numbers, what I'll say is that these will be all performance-led solutions that will start emerging from design, go down to the construction, go down to the operation, then an integration aspect that you'll start seeing. We already started seeing the trends of it internationally. I'm using things because we are summing the time. Now, where I see the challenge of this, we have to achieve there because that is given. When the world moves, we also move with that. And the target on our head will stay. The government is also ready with the codes and standards which are shifting. Because if you look at the new energy code of India, the ECSBC or the new national building code coming in, we are all talking. We are talking about performance, and there are factors on IoT, digitalization, everything is coming in and they are encompassing the various chapters that are there in the code. Now, when you come down to the performance, we need the trained operators or AI will come and start doing that thing for us, which is an expensive solution because it's easy to say AI, but to implement AI is a very, very expensive solution. And that's where I feel that the a framework or rather the infrastructure for us people to upgrade is not there. That means the learnings, the teachings, and the education is what is missing, and that is what is going to delay. Nothing is going to stop. It's just going to delay the implementation of it. Performance-based buildings, designs, everything is now coming very fast. Thank you.
Ashish, on the head, learnings and adaptability is the name of the game. And thanks for sharing that with me. Rachna?
So I feel, we talk about AI, we talk about IoT, everything. The one thing which I feel that most of us struggle today as well, that's about data privacy and how do we actually have that through. So one thing is obviously it's expensive. Definitely we can have a business case with that. Then how do we really justify that, okay, why we are implementing and how this is going to make life easy or smooth. But the other problem which I face is, this data privacy issue, the clearances which we need to really obtain, and the risk which definitely all the, application has, because every data is actually going to somewhere, and the kind of partners which we see, and where the cloud is, right, the storage is happening, what law it is really falling into. So all these things, I feel that it is still not solved because in India, the law is not really transparent about all these things. We are still, developing it. The second aspect which which I see is the integration. So today we work with so many different partners, right? And, there can be access control for that matter from one partner and visitor management from the other partner. How do we integrate? People are reluctant to give open, access, the API. So this is one of the thing, and we cannot be reinventing the wheel. But while having, monopoly created or maybe shifting everything to one partner. So this is also something which I feel that definitely is going to delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachna. Both very pertinent points. Data privacy, which is the name of the game again today. Everything revolves around data. I think the previous forum, Tarun also mentioned amazing points and the agnostics that you talked about, integration. There are 5 big companies today who are only concentrating on agnostics of marrying all the various platforms together on one stage. We can discuss later. Over to you, Ajit.
I'll keep it very short. Two things that I see. One, ability to get the right kind of talent. When we talk about an ACH or one of these advanced buildings, for us, the ability, because the industry even today doesn't have a formal education that is there in colleges and schools. So how are we going to get an education that kind of meets the needs of some of the management of these smart cities? That's point number one. The second part I have is the whole inclusivity that I said. If we can't include 60% of our population, which is actually a migrant population or people who come from a different kind of city and different kind of environment, I think it's going to hinder the progress of the efficiency of the smart city, because it's also a responsibility for us to use the city in a responsible manner, and everyone is educated on that piece. So I think those are two big things that we'll have from this piece.
Great, Ajit. You stole both my points. Yes, no, you didn't see that. No, but very good. I'll sum it up at the end. Very good.
Yeah, as Ajit said, that I'm totally with him that education system is very important. See, the facility management term, if we talk about, there are very few people. I would say only 5 to 10% people here, not here, all over, that who knows what is facility management. So sometimes when I go and pitch for my business, I really had to explain that what is facility management. So builders are there, they are making big, huge, they're constructing big buildings, but at the end they don't know that how to maintain it. That is the biggest challenge we are facing at the moment. We have big facades coming up, we have big 20 stories, 30 stories buildings coming up, but we don't know how to evacuate those buildings. We don't know if there is a fire, how we are going to face it. We don't know exactly how to clean the facade from outside. We don't know where the waste is going. Thousand and thousand people are working in building that how the waste management is going to happen. So from where all this will come? The education system. So in our education system, we need to impart that what is then what is housekeeping, what is electric, what is technology, what is going to be AI system, as my friend Ashish said, that AI is going to be the future of our facility management. So all these subjects are very important, which should be taken care by all the education authorities so that the people know that where and what to do and how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So just to sum up, a few more examples, then we can close. So everybody spoke about education and capacity building. Very important, because that is going to make, because see, doctors, lawyers, engineers, see, any profession are at some level where they know about their job fully. But if you ask an FM professional, at least at the there is, yes, we'll finish in about 3 minutes. The knowledge penetration is very bad. Like I was judging the Asian housekeepers meet. I met over 40 housekeepers. 25 of them I asked HVAC के बारे में कुछ बताइए. 5 of them didn't know expansion of HVAC. And 20 of them didn't know to speak more than anything. So education is a very important thing. Just to let you know, personally, we are driving 3 schools. We have started one with DSEU. I think Captain Alroy knows. We are running a facility management course in the Delhi Entrepreneur Skill Education activity. I have started a school with Ramaya University in Bangalore, and with specialization in airport facility management. First batch, all of them deployed with complete education. And so we are registering about 7-8 schools across the country to take them as facility management services is the key activity. The second part is that all of us spoke about technology. Yes, technology is the most important thing. We are driving another concept called MAD across the country, MAD FMS. I started in 2017. We had only 7-8 providers who were there in the MAD technology. What is MAD? Mechanization, automation, and digitalization. In Bangalore, we launched the first program called DGFM. And today, I am not exaggerating, there are 180 people providing ad services with technology to the country, and most of them are connected to me. So the way to go is technology. And what Vijit said was important. The biggest challenge from all of us, what we see, I think all of us, is people's mindset and culture. The same story, like all of us say, Singapore mein jao, you don't throw a paper. I started the first biggest entertainment complex in India in IMAX, Prasad IMAX in Hyderabad. I had footfall of 25,000 per day in 2001. But very soon people started spitting everywhere. Then kaise smart hoga building? So we found a way how to get rid of it. We painted differently. We put a lot of posters and interesting artifacts, etc., that people will not want to spit, just like how it happens in Singapore. So everything is possible to make our building smart, our city smart, and all of that largely lies with in people's hands who are here. People like us can make smart buildings, smart cities, better world and smarter world with all these aspects. And of course, technology being the top of it. But just to finish, I will tell you, whatever microwave oven you buy in your home, whatever microwave oven you buy in your home, it can never be replaced by your mother's cooking. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a nice panel. I don't have time for questions. We'll take it outside. Thank you and all the best. Thanks to all the panelists.
Thank you so much, picture please, ma'am. And thank you so much for moderating that as well.
Thank you. Yes.
That was a panel discussion on smart cities and smart buildings. And from that, we now come to shaping the future of facility management. We need to stage we cleared, and then we'll move on to the next keynote session. And uske baad will be our next panel. Then, of course, what awaits us is the second edition of BW Facility Management 40 Under 40 Award ceremony as well. Really, our next keynote session, it's on the shaping the future of facility management innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And to talk on the same is joining invited me to the stage the president of BVG India Limited, Raman Sinha. I only see one man understood the drill of welcome. Let's try again. Let's do two of welcoming somebody on the stage. No, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah. Louder? Okay. I don't need the mic for this audience, I can speak. Right. Perfect. Okay. Very good afternoon once again, and thank you, BW Business World, for exploring a subject which I think has been a testament from the morning on facility management, shaping with innovation, sustainability, and excellence. So I'll hold you guys for next 15 minutes and try to sum up a couple of key points which were spoken since morning and couple of my own, additions, perhaps, which is now actively shaping our industry. The million-dollar question before we get into this topic. The million-dollar question is, does the demand knows the scope with defined expectations, and do supplier partners are having bandwidth to supply? However, under the sun of technology, we cannot say that we can say that the baseline of FM industry is today prudent, it is prompt, and it is process led to built-ins and as well built-outs, because FM and I think we in a previous session somebody did mention what is the definition of FM, and I think today FM, which was classified more as a built-in environment, has gone way beyond. If we are talking about smart cities, everything, so anything from built-ins to built-outs does classify under the wider coverage of FM today. What needs to be done is to strike an equilibrium between what is right for the organization, their goals, their sustainable goals, their core values, and how they transact their business. The FM initiatives will fall in place automatically. What is happening is that facility management for the last 5 years and the next decade is still going to be staying at a crossroad. And why it is? Because of the unprecedented pace in which the technology is moving. Urbanization, digital transformation, climate change, and evolving expectations of stakeholders, all the stakeholders, are driving the change. The old model of FM doesn't hold true at all. Today, the FM is about creating smart, sustainable, human-centered environment. And I'll touch that point on human-centered environment in my next slides. It needs to be proactive rather than reactive. I will not read these slides. You can go through what is the difference which we have gone past from a traditional FM now to an evolving FM. And yes, of course, the parameters to how much a tech needs to be done depends upon what building or what ecosystem we are trying to make smart or efficient. So that itself is very crucial. The ROI, the cost and benefit, needs to be seen. Whether the cost invested into the tech justifies the ROA. After all, we are all here for a bottom line. With that bottom line, of course, all the core values of ESG and UN goals needs to be addressed, and we all are addressing it, whether we are on the client side, whether we are service provider side. We are becoming and evolving into a strategic partners into the business value chain of our customer. Going next, the innovation. We are embracing technology and intelligence, and technology, mind you, is a disruption which is not on the runway. It has already landed, taxied, and it is inside the terminal. So smart buildings, IoT, we've spoken a lot. Digital twins, we will touch that in a moment. These are no longer buzzwords, these are new operating language of FM industry. Sensors are now monitoring. We heard about Dial having 30,000 sensors, are monitoring everything, real-time occupancy, air quality, energy consumption. AI is driving all the predictive maintenance. All these augmented realities are known and are a guiding force to our field engineers and technicians with virtual layouts. We are going to talk about digital twins. Nothing that a virtual layout is created in front of the technicians, empowering him or her, the managers, the technicians, the HVAC engineers to take the right decision with the virtual world of the entire ecosystem on which he is performing today. So we have gone that far and we are moving to that level. In that, of course, somebody did mention about that what it requires is definitely changing our mindset. Are we using data only to report, or we are using it to predict and improve? If we are doing that, we are definitely ticking the boxes. Are we integrating our systems? Data is humongous, but until that data doesn't talk to each other and that data does not lead to any conclusion, it is of no value. So integration in IoT platform is nothing. We are integrating a lot of applications, a lot of data generated by that, implying AI and leading to a conclusion which leads to our better decision making. So that's precisely we are talking that these, IoT sensors or smart building, are we empowering our workforce? We as a supplier, because we run a facility management company, are we empowering with those tools for tomorrow? And as customers, are we having the bandwidth to give these kinds of making their ecosystem that intelligent? Is the strike balance that needs to happen in the FM industry today? Now, what are the latest trends? The smart building everyone spoke about, and the first one which hit the market, when these smart buildings were coming, was the Microsoft Redmond campus. I'm sure many of you must be. It's a 502-acre of in Seattle, 125 building, and first building which established almost 35,000 sensors to talk. The building was talking to itself, the whole HVAC system, the not only HVAC system, the water treatment system, the waste and security element, as well as the entire gamut of mechanical and electrical gadgets on those campus were talking to each other, and it was the first building which set the bench globally. And after that, many followed. The Red Sea project in Saudi Arabia. India has brilliant case studies, whether it is Infosys, whether it is Dial. 50 of those systems are there. So what is a trend we are noticing? The trend is shift to a self-optimizing building with AI-led predictive maintenance and real-time performance monitoring. That's the trend we are seeing. The IoT platform is now having multiple applications, and these are seen in large essential infrastructure, whether it is We've precisely Indian Railways have now started, piloting the predictive maintenance for HVAC and escalators on their stations via AI sensors. So we are seeing not only the private players, but the government is also taking a lot of initiative in joining the hands and bringing the tech play to the next generation. So platform, of course, see, we have been talking about these platforms. I'm not going to touch more. I think we all know about BMS, whether it is Planon or Facilia or your own homegrown. For us, we have our own homegrown CAFM solution, which we provide. And each building is different. So for us, our baseline CAFM solution gets customized to each of the building. And what is preferred, what is a growing trend today is a SaaS-based FM platform for real-time monitoring. Each building is different, so the product or the software get customized to the customer requirement each time. Robotics and drones are the new addition, the latest addition to the FM deliverables. We see robots cleaning the floors, they are cleaning facade, they're cleaning solar panels, UV sterilization they are doing, surveillance. The drones are inspecting rooftops, smart cities, facades, and going to inaccessible areas to make sure that the surveillance is of the first order. So these are the growing trends we are seeing mostly in hospitality, healthcare, airports, and other essential services. Digital twin, we just spoke, it is nothing but a virtual replica of building used to lifestyle that used for life cycle asset management and scenario situation. This is a new trend where you bring the entire virtual world, and then the FM managers start working on those world. And this was the first thing which was implemented in NEOM in Saudi Arabia, if we in the GCC country, to adopt this trend of the digital twin technology. Sustainability. This is the most important, I think, topic since morning. Everyone has spoken about it, which is the heart of resilient facility management. It is no longer a choice, it's now a mandate for us, right? Building account for nearly 30% of world energy, and 40% of global green emission comes from buildings. Now, by 2040, target is to reduce the carbon emission by 60%. So, what is the opportunity for FM industry? Definitely, there are two sustainable agenda. One is transition of into digitization. If we talk about the statistics, there is an increase of 10x, more new connected devices than individuals, and increase in AI expenditure has gone 6x in last 4 years. The second transition is electrification. We spoke about EV. By 2050, target is to have 50% of energy production with solar and wind, and 30% of the vehicle stock by 2040 needs to be electric, while knowing very well that the electricity consumption still continue growing to 2x. So it's a very, very difficult, a grid for any country and for each one of us to achieve these kinds of targets. So green building, efficient energy system, waste reduction, water management, circular economy, carbon neutrality are now new normal core KPIs for our industry. So sustainability is just not environment today; it is social as well as economic too. So what is a sustainable facility? That supports the well-being of our occupants, promotes inclusivity, and ensure that the long-term cost is efficient. Couple of latest trend we heard couple of our friends since morning spoke about net zero and carbon neutral facilities, whether it is the edge of Amsterdam or in many Indian commercial buildings, campuses that are integrating large scale solar rooftops and BI building integrated PVs. So there is definitely a trend of global movement towards net zero buildings by between 2030 to 2050. Every listed company, unlisted company who is going into a listing, or a good private company with values surrounding around ESG norms, are taking these targets anything between 2030 to 2050 to to get to hit the net zero initiatives. So solar plus hybrid energy for commercial building is driven by the green building mandates, and this is going to be the continue to be the future of our FM industry. Over 7,000 projects in India are now IGBC and GIRA certified, just to make sure that these are green building certifications. Not only it is not to be seen more as meeting a stakeholder or shareholder or investor driven initiative, but it is definitely a market differentiator in leasing in the real estate. Whether it is LEED, whether it is BRIAM, whether it is WELL, whether it is Estimat in UAE, whether it is GSAS in Qatar, new building codes in India, it is getting driven in all countries at different levels, but the pace is same across globe. So companies are now embedding these certification as part of their ESG norms. Coming to the waste and circular FM, I'll be very quick. Waste in 2024, touched 65 million ton in India. We produced 65 million ton of waste, out of which only 43 million ton was collected, and out of which only 12 million was treated. Something, I think 18% of the waste only gets treated that way. Very scary statistics. This requires, each company as customer, each service provider like us, continue evolve on waste technology. At BVG, this is not a forum to speak about BVG, but getting into, we work with a lot of companies to help them into their waste management. Apart from the government collecting waste, we work on waste treatment from plastic to plastic, plastic to fuel, construction waste to roadways, creating bricks for the roads. There are plenty, and for the water, we work with a lot of beverage companies for their water carbon credits, which they lose because of the use of a lot of water, getting them, helping them, aiding them, and a lot of lake restorations that we do. So these are new Gen FM scope that we need to really imbibe. And I'm glad since morning, and I was just talking in the lunch break also, nobody is talking about housekeeping anymore. I'm really, really glad that we have achieved that benchmark, that today we are talking high topics and we are delivering also. It's not that we are not delivering them as well. So circular economy practices, we are using all the construction material and furniture through our partners who are doing recycling initiatives. We are recycling water at least 7 times. We are in the hotel industry where it is single-use plastic. I was very surprised to see plastic bottles. We have helped and assisted a lot of hotels in eliminating these plastics by putting up water plant here and circulating the water at least 7 times, so that the waste of the municipal water is in the range of 30 to 20 to 25 to 35%, depending upon what water we get, from the municipal water we get. So those are the new Gen FM energy. Today is being the consultants. There are people you can sell energy management specialists guaranteeing them savings. These consultants are very scarce in resource. When you try hunting them, you hardly find them. So this is another area of exposure for FM industry. Of course, the well-being being the most important of the occupant, which is occupying the building, in terms of ensuring that your indoor quality remains as PM 2.0 or even better than that. So these are a couple of trends which we see in the FM industry, promoting health and productivity and partnering with our clients in their sustainable values. Couple of ESG initiatives. If you see in our most of our procurement globally, you see these coming into couple of your RFPs. The customer at the end are amending their policies and introducing green procurement policies. Vendor code of conduct is driving labor rights, which means somebody was talking this morning about minimum wage. It is getting addressed, may not be in the bigger fashion, but it is evolving. It is also getting addressed engaging MSME players. It is also getting addressed that women entrepreneurs are being given more preference. Low carbon supply chains is one of the initiative in our procurement tender policies. Sustainable fit out guidelines are the new gen in the FM, where you have to meet those guidelines in terms of the byproduct you take for the fit outs. And local sourcing. I think that is a global mandate for each country, which brings at least 25% to 30% to 40% domestication of manufacturing within the country to ensure that manufacturers, local domestic manufacturers are protected and the employment generation through them is protected at the same time. Indirectly, it also helps in, reducing transport emission by prioritizing homegrown car manufacture. Smart energy contracts engages green power purchase agreements for solar and wind projects for the companies who are emitting, and they are balancing it by these purchases. Lastly, digital procurement tools today are tracking vendor sustainability. There are a lot of certification as partners. We have to give those certifications just to be technically eligible to participate in those RFPs. So as I said, people did touch upon on the waste, wet waste to compost on site. Smart bin, which forecast, if the bins are treating the waste at the source level, eliminating bin from the entire ecosystem. Construction waste diversion today, 90% of the construction waste which do gets diverted into the landfills are today getting built into phases as a byproduct for many construction for the road layouts. So these are a lot of initiatives which FM industry is taking and the specialists are taking, and a wider coverage for FM industry to play around. Green cafeteria policy, we spoke about the hotel single plastic use framework. So for FM leaders, ESG procurement framework is important, and a CAFM integration to track sustainability matrix, which talks about waste per square meter, square feet, vendor ESG compliance. All these things are the new gen assessment benchmarks for FM industry, which are setting new guidelines how FM industry is going to perform. Last, we can't go away without touching about what excellence means. So excellence is not a destination, it is a culture. It is the way we do things when no one is watching us, right? And it is nothing but a user experience, asset performance, and strategic alignment with the business goals of ours as well as our customers. So FM, as I said, is going to be data driven, customer centric function, and this all need one thing which previous I will just take 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes, please. So it will, we spoke about training. Yes, upskilling is very, Ajit also touched upon. And the biggest challenge today is not that the skilling is not happening. We ourselves are running a facility management graduation program with Symbiosis University, but international and domestic migration are the real cause for sourcing the talent today. Talents are there, but we are losing it to the international placements. Robust KPI SLA, and again, the last I think Ralph also touched upon that there is a need to foster the quality culture of quality, accountability, and innovation, and align our FM strategy to the core objectives of the business. Now, having said that, what we I will not go too much deep into it because I think people have spoken much about it, that We need to have an output. We are already having an output based contracts. We are experiencing that. Upskilling we spoke about, and data driven we have already spoken about. So our future is shaping. The future is collaborative. We need to have cross discipline collaboration between IT, HR, FM, real estate, procurement, and leadership. It will be co created with the inputs received from occupants, clients, regulators, and communities at large. So the future is nothing but an intelligent ecosystem. Our operation needs to be on a sustainable model, and our team needs to be agents of excellence. So what are we looking? What is the call of action? The call of action is that we innovate smart technology boldly, we embed sustainability and deliver consistent excellence in everything we do. Thank you so much for patiently.
I promise you the first buzzer or the actual one, second was personal. None of them. इसकी बात मिलके हम सोच करेंगे उसकी. But anyway, that was a keynote session on shaping the future of facility management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And with that, it's time for our last. शुभ होता है ना कास्ट होता है बस सर आपको तो आगे बढ़िए जो मेरे पैर पे मार दिया उसने उसका ध्यान देना पड़ेगा थोड़ा. So yeah, next panel it's on future management and wellness. About on wellness. Yeah, I remember life key. Creating healthier and more productive workspaces. While they get the stage ready, I will introduce our panelists and then of course the moderator as well. This one we have Arun Sharma, ADP, and what administration for Gain India. Joining him is Rahul Ganesh, Vice President, Head of Metro Business Invest of India, DF Limited. That's a very famous capital Venkata Badota, Vice President. That's most trust and safety of the country. Then again, is the duty of the we have nothing's right. Lifetime India, President is Captain Innovators, Director of Capsi, and this session was fed by Sapna Shrivastava, Editor, Reality Plus. Just allow. Yeah, yeah.
Look at it, crossover. You come from this side. What?
So thank you everyone. I think the context setting has already been done. Wish you all the best. Get well soon, Ankit. So the entire day we had been, we had a lot of experts who spoke about sustainability, technology, how smart buildings are functioning, and everything that we spoke about during the day we were here boils down to the wellness and well-being of the occupants of those buildings, the productivity of people, especially when it comes to workspaces. And for that, we have some very eminent speakers here, experts in their own fields. So, in the interest of time, let me straight away get into the question and ask my speakers here. When we're talking about, we have already discussed a lot of other aspects of facility management. How is facility management evolving or has evolved in the context of wellness for the productivity of workspace occupants? Kalakar, maybe we'll start with you. You're the veteran of the industry. How often industry has evolved when we're talking about wellness and well-being?
You can take this one. Thank you, Sapna. Good question. Actually, since morning we've been talking of a number of topics, AI, and I think probably this is one of the best topics to be talking of, especially after COVID. Wellness was something which everybody wanted right from the beginning. But after COVID, what has happened? The entire dynamics has changed. And that matter, actually, the entire dynamics for the facility management fraternity has changed. From back burners, you know, sitting back, you suddenly come forward. And many of us, of course, from here also and from the audience, we have the opportunity to sit on the board also. The reason is that you guys have worked your way through it. And since I'm talking about wellness, well, what exactly is wellness? Why should we be talking about wellness? Well, it's not a topic. We say probably
I think, yeah.
that's an eye-opener for all of us. So when we talk of wellness, we talk of the foods that I'll just talk about it. Is number one, is the indoor air quality monitoring that happens. Many of us have now, many organizations, I think in Gaurav and would vouch for that. We have screens now placed in at the reception or probably on each floor, which tells us what is the quality of the PM2, or CO2, the type of the nitrous oxide, etc. This is one part which tells you that how good or how bad you are in terms of monitoring your air quality. And that also helps you because you can HEPA filters. But filters after you started realizing there are microorganisms and all these things will happen. So that maintenance. Tools maintenance. Come into that after that. Also, we have now and corporates follow this. Even our cafeteria, we diets to help us monitor the diet. Certain organizations which I know from my work is that we have medical tests which were done for everybody across the board. Right from the beginning, I mean, an associate once he joins, will the CEO also. So what I mean, that of indicator you get a level of stress that the CEOs, CXOs are undergoing. And what could be the preventive measures that could be taken? We're just reading, I mean, just about 5 minutes back. I don't know whether the Ralph is here or not. When I was buying in UMR, he died of a heart attack. Just 5 minutes back. Yes. Arora, he just collapsed on the table. We gave him CPR, he revived, we took him to the hospital. That's enough. So, wellness is something which we really have to talk about and we really have to start about. Uh, processes which happen. So what exactly are the expressions? It's just a collapse.
We'll come to that next because you spoke about, this is the first time that the FM guys were on the same table, when the leasing and everything happened. The same thing happened, even the HR guy says this is the first time that HR people were on the table when the CREs were finalizing the deals because, the whole occupant, because the focus has now come on the workers, the employees, well-being.
Startups. Let's to start talking to the operation numbers will come, technology will happen. When we come to the basic dynamics, the brass tacks, what I would call it, it's such a nothing.
Yeah.
Those are two important things which are getting people and once people, it's better in the long run.
Sorry.
So this is what actually when you should be.
Yeah, Preeti, what would you like to add, as a FM service provider, how you seeing the FM function evolving when it especially comes to wellness and productivity?
Thank you, Sapna, first of all, and very good evening to everyone. So, wellness, I was just thinking, I mean, I was highly impressed with whatever Major Aditi said, during 1 minute
the context that she tried to set. I thought that she has said everything there about facility management. Wellness, when we talk about it specifically, it is for me the kind of ambience that we are providing to the workforce that is coming to the for work at the offices. Now we are changing, with the ergonomic furnitures. We are changing with a lot of indoor plants. We are, so this is all after pandemic that that change I have seen in the facilities management, wherein we just don't talk about the again. Just not about the jharu pocha, but then we talk about more and more innovations and initiatives within the premises. We talk about without wasting money, without adding too much of money, how we can get very nice fragrance there all around the washrooms. Small initiatives, but then it actually works towards the wellness of a person. We talk about feedback management system, so it is all again related to smart tools, technology. Why we do that? Right? Because to understand that what exactly one person is thinking while coming to the office, leaving their home, and just feeling that yes, even if they are away from home, yes, there is somebody to take care of.
Right. So FM is no longer just about hard services, soft services, but it's more about user experience.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Correct. Okay, fantastic. Gaurav, what's your views? As per your organization, how you've seen the facility.
Speaking,
There's been an accident this so as graduates as we reach taking responsibility it's that's kind of the respectful so I think I'm really explaining so that is such as one family that's the one for the that's going to use instance to them. So now you will check that this slide. So we have an investigation. Institution was very super. We would say that it is more of the look out institution the space. This is just building nice security. And therefore, that environment was the result we start with with business is very, very this time when so now something that's in the church. When we as we are in forms of this. When it starts and stretching us. Us. John. That's not this more. And
That is true because the facility, the entire physical space that has to be taken care of by the FM function, and HR is also dependent on that. How to, like Captain Kolaka said, how to retain the employees and probably attract more. Rahul, what you would like to add in terms of DLF? How do you see, wellness and the role of FM, which has changed or evolved over the years now, especially after pandemic, like everyone said?
Right. So I would say that after this pandemic, everything went around. One of the biggest challenge for us was to get people again back to work. We had an era wherein at some point of time it was believed that people can work from home and it can go full infinity. And the myth got busted very soon. It was not possible for any one of us or the office occupants to continue working from their respective places rather than in order to have a collaborative approach, to have the team building, etc., people had to come back. A few years back, this was the major challenge for us. How do we get the people back to work in the offices? So in a way, initially we started with a push, I'll say push and pull technique. That's how this entire thing was. We were on one side when it comes to the admin, HR, FM, everybody wanted to push the employees to come back to the offices. Some point of time we realized this is not the way it is going to work. Thereafter, we created an environment by which we started pulling the people and they were willing to come back.
some of the things which we did at that point of time was, of course, the indoor air quality was one thing. We ensured that every space in the office becomes touchless because touch was a major concern at that point of time. Subsequently, all these things become on-site norm, wherein the wellness as a package, within that we got multiple stakeholders, wherein be it indoor air quality, be it temperatures, how we regulate them, be it the office space, how do we maintain it, the informal way of having the people sitting in the offices, etc. It's how we generated from the traditional offices wherein standard temperature was maintained as per BIS, etc. Everything was, the AHUs were normal, etc. We moved to a space wherein these all things become more agile, more flexible. That's how we were able to get the people back. Interestingly, I'll tell you, one of the survey that we conducted after this entire episode was over, 95% of the people were wanting to come back to their offices, the kind of environment we were able to create for them.
Fantastic. I think that's true because one thing pandemic told us that or taught us is that going to office is not mandatory. It's a choice now, and that's why it made the organization's job difficult to make the facilities attractive enough for the people to come to the office. Arun, what would you like to add? How your organization has seen FM evolve? to- to-
This is one of the assets that we has to face every day. So I think I'm much better as well. So before I talk about wellness, I can talk about my wellness today. So, I have this complete for business working, but to her as well, this is meaning values before us so much beautiful leaders to analyze global space where almost university learning and mental health. So in the session at the end of it, my wellness will progress. So yeah, I was like, and she said, I'm not personally as well. I'm sure people are designing. We're used to learn these diamonds, like the series of emails. So it's just finishes as well. So we're not knowing people ask person. So it's not that we put a positive to some what you said in the long term. So that's really what we do. That's probably what the solution. That's my extreme awareness. I've been plastic for about 25 years, because the language for 10 years. Every day the awareness management is for me. What should change? That's how it is. Because there are youngsters like her who are people like me also who don't mind. She was where I said now the exchange is concerned. They want to live the business out. That's how to know the definition of illnesses. We just want to be sounds very circular. That's super from shouldn't the word change for me was post COVID, especially when you have even as we are learning the thing when we should we call them some companies post COVID. That companies post COVID basically and pension during this time versus Chinese is going to challenge. So I think it's just you work your business good. That's we take it from there. So that's my two cents, and I hope you'll be listening. This shall not be the next time of our session is there. So thank you.
Fantastic. That's what Arun says. Keeping the basics correct is what all about productivity and wellness is. If you have your basics right, your facilities will match those standards. Captain Kalako, you also mentioned about hybrid. Now, during pandemic, we started working hybrid, started working remote, and it is continuing for many organizations. How does it create that challenge for the FM function? And because the headcounts are changing every day, so in terms of sanitization, in terms of HVAC, space planning, how is the challenge for the FM function for such organizations? This person,
Hey, you better fix your mics here.
especially
Hello, hello. Stop watching reels, bye. Anyway, this is okay. Yeah. So I'm on a lighter note. Often, well, for me, I'll come to a topic also on that.
It's more of a culture actually. I think one or two of the previous panels did speak of, I think that was Karan Naran, I think, who spoke on that. But you know, at one point of time, we had a very fixed sort of a routine and sustainability, etc. All those things were matched into it. But wellness is more of a culture. And when we talk of, say, flexible spaces as to how exactly, everything is data driven now. Yeah. For an admin today, all this data, when he sits in the evening, we go through the data, we look at the points, what happened last 2 days, 3 days, what is the attendance, we only flexible spaces. Sometimes at one point of time, what we did is, since there were 6 to 7 floors, we cut off 2 floors, then 4 floors, we managed it full hour. You have IT guys sitting, you have HR guys sitting, you have technology guys sitting together. I mean, otherwise what happens is, we were more into barriers. They also develop a relationship between themselves. They were able to talk to each other, they were able to understand each other. The outside meets it differently, very differently in what they're doing. The child guy will be able to talk to collaboration between themselves. Even the biggest challenge is transportation. Because we don't have who's coming because the bonus will just to go back by managing to food. Who's coming from who's coming from. So those something that the calculation was to sit down and the data and manage, the other thing is when you have a building of 6 to 7 floors, about 20,000 square foot each floor. You have to do because you have a central AC plant, you have a chilling energy, so you have to shut down these things, you do life it on. That's how we use technology. We use sensor, we use IoT. So that we know exactly when somebody is coming. We created something which was already listed known as hot seats. So 70, 80%, 90%, up to 90%. So you have people coming in. 1% we used to keep in for walk-ins, which normally happens. Similarly, for the cafeteria and everything, because you have fixed time for the service provider. Every time, every day, there is a variation of 5-10%. So then what we would do is extra food, we started collecting those food and giving it to the sort of things. It became a CSR activity also undoubtedly. But it's really good. Similarly, if you have flexible workspaces in terms of, the tables getting elevated and so on, it will be created and on these things.
Yeah, so the biggest probably to counter the challenge of hybrid is to become more agile. As you said, day to day we had to keep the count and see what was happening.
You have
Yeah. So
otherwise,
Otherwise,
6 to 8 hours, then you spend about 10 hours because you have to go with the term for the last 3-4 days, try and collate something and
Right.
something new.
Okay. What would you like to add, Preeti? Again, as a provider, how hybrid has created a challenge for the FM providers?
Trust me, my entire team was working towards managing the data at that point of time. You talk about FM, you talk about assistant FM, you talk about anybody. Whenever I used to call them, what are you doing? We are just managing the data. We don't know who is coming and who will not come tomorrow. But later, at a later stage, when we realize that yes, there is a requirement and there is a need of the technology, yes, in some of the premises we have implemented those tools, like sir have just spoken about, which actually helped us in basically analyzing the occupancy for the floor. And that tool also helped us to book the workstations in advance. With that, we were also able to distribute that cost in a right way to the demanding processes. And this is the feedbacks that were collected from the client's end. As in, it's all about expectation from the client's end as well. That what sort of a cost they'll be investing into and what data they would like to have while analyzing it and while providing those services to the client. So yes, I think tools were definitely required. after one point of time. And because of those smart tools, only we were able to achieve that, hybrid model in a effective manner.
Data and technology came to the rescue.
Certainly,
Okay.
certainly.
Other aspect about FMS, and I think on earlier panels also someone touched, is about the cost. The clients prioritize cost over quality, which means sometimes compromising the service standards. Gaurav, how do you balance the cost and quality?
So cost is always, I think, a very, very important factor, especially from startup. When we start always best with buying stuff. But every single this created I actually make a really very different. Really, it's a challenge. So we're able to operate on 30% of the fast. Lesser seats, less offices, lesser staff. So it's a poor blessing on the cost of the issue. Maybe perhaps was a challenge 2 years back because we don't have that. There is this is done, this is done. There is still not saying that's using. It's just a position. So I will never see a very high channel. Yes, but so that so this 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 is I'm saying uncomfortable. This is just small. Just like the model is yes,
So that's true. So that's actually, the cost efficiency that hybrid has become. And he's right. Some of the offices we have seen, they are so good. It's not like back to work. It's like now back to home. You have to go home also. So the offices are that good. But again, coming to that, a lot of clients, they compromise on the cost so that they can, the compromise on quality and cost. And when we are talking about wellness, the quality standards get compromised. How do you achieve that balance that you get best of the both?
So entire cost has to be put into two different aspects: cost optimization and cost cutting. For us being in DLF, I don't think cost cutting is an issue. See, we command 25 to 30% rental over any of our competitor. In terms of our residential business, we command 50 to 20% of on an average edge over our competitors. So I don't think cost for us is an issue, but yes, cost optimization is something that we certainly look forward for. Having said that, whenever we put our value proposition before the clients, I don't think convincing them with the cost that we charge is an issue. Provide them value of the money that they are paying. We maintain some of the best, safest buildings of the country. We are definitely the largest developers, but we are the most responsible as well. We ensure that we do take care of our staff, our employees, as well as our occupants, and of course, the entire staff's effect of it. We have been ensuring repeatedly and consistently best buildings, the most safe buildings, most energy efficient buildings. We have been able to ensure that our buildings stand. We are actually maintaining the world class buildings. Just to put the things into aspect, the Gurgaon campus that we have, Cyber City campus, is the first LEED Platinum certified complex across globe. We have some of the complexes like which have got 100% renewable energy complex. So that's the value proposition we put forward for our clients, so as to ensure that the cost is not become a deciding factor for them. It is a complementing factor.
Correct. So I think what Rahul has rightly said, if you are maintaining your quality standards and probably going beyond, that becomes your USP. The client are ready to pay the premium for that. So Arun, what would you like to add to that?
I think he's put it very rightly. I think there are people that take us for different things in life. So if clients are expecting for it, so even if you talk about I keep it in mind of you. So we are also with you, by the way. So I think when we showcase our facility to our client and we take them to Cyber and show this is where we are, at least the biggest we show to them as sure we have locations too. But I think we take pride in talking about it. So I think we meant was truly relatable. As a customer to him, I'm saying that it makes a lot of sense to me. I think taking customer and I say, yes, it is. But yes, of course, cost is cost, and client are actually consolidation, consolidation is happening. But when consolidation, the cost is going down. So of course, it's a win for some time because in consolidation we also win some clients, some we lose as well. So this is the game which continue to happen. And this is not something which we are doing today. So after one for another few decades or so.
Yeah.
So thank you.
So, Vikasik, I think what we have got from our speakers till now is that one is FM has evolved quite a bit, especially after COVID. It's not only about hard services, soft services, it's user experience, it's productivity, it's about attracting the employees back to workspace. And clients are ready to pay a premium if there is a quality standard which is being enforced in the physical spaces. And as Gaurav said, hybrid is something of a blessing because it brings down operational costs for the organizations, for the companies. We have another 5 minutes to go. My last question is: in next 5 to 10 years, a lot of things are going to change. Our earlier panel spoke about climate change, which is going to go even worse in the next few years. Even workspaces, the profile of employees is becoming very varied, from baby boomers to millennials to Gen Zs. All are working together. They have completely different requirements. So how, this is the my question to all of you in one sentence. How do you see the future of FM when we are talking of catering to such a varied profile of workforce with the challenge of climate resilience, maintaining sustainability? Captain Kolako first goes first to you. How do you see FM in next 5 to 10 years?
So, I first let me make a statement. Wellness for us, since we are on the wellness topic, the rest of the topics have been covered. It's an investment. Let's understand that it's an investment. Why I say it is an investment is that if you start looking after your employees, number one is the productivity of the employees goes up. I have case studies where the absenteeism has come down by around 15 to 20% just because you started looking after them. Predictably, you are able to, tell which employee is probably is in that particular zone where he could have a probable heart attack or he could, get into some other sort of a problem. So take care of him right from the beginning. And like hybrid spaces are there. So the more you engage, it's a people engagement which is more important. In the next 5, 7, 10 years, engagement of, like what you said, baby boomers, Gen X, and people like me also still try to find our foot in the FM industry. So you will find that variant. You would have to cater to each segment differently.
Correct.
It's not one size that fits all that we are looking at. Flexible spaces will be there. You will have people who will want that comfort of a huge office, which is no more there. You go to the government offices, I think probably only 2 people would be sitting in an office size like this. But we talk of 5x2, 5x3, maybe 5x4 maximum,
Right.
and open spaces.
Right.
So that is where the monitoring, because most of our things are going to be data driven, and it's going to be very, very flexible.
Correct.
You want to, think on those lines to get people into this. And from it, we have to be predictably like all our maintenances have to be very, very predictive rather than preventive or even breakdown mechanisms. Won't work anymore. I don't know how many people really, get the we talk of wellness of everybody, but we don't talk of wellness of our own staff.
Right.
Right? Maybe we find all the maintenance guys sitting down in one corner in the basement. All the fumes and all, all the gases, etc. are coming.
That's right.
You never think of it.
Like
We ever thought of, giving them a good working space, good working environment?
That's
So we have to think on those lines also. It's because then they need a good sleep night. Sleepless night.
That's right.
Then those night.
So I think next 5 to 10 years, as Captain Porter mentioned, FM will become more people engaged rather than being in endorsement. I think it'll be more engaged, and predictive analysis will become much more prominent for going forward for us. EP, how do you see FM when it comes to wellness evolving or changing in next 5 to 10 years?
So what sir have said, he have actually, it was very heartfelt statement that he have made for the blue collar staff, from maintenance people, where they are sitting, what area they are, managing, day in, day out, housekeeping people, where they sit and where they eat. Most of the companies did not even think of, creating a housekeeping store in with such a space wherein they can sit and they can eat together. So yes, that investment that you just mentioned about, yes, that investment has started now. I see that there is a difference in the thought process of few of the companies who are providing spaces. The wellness has started from blue collar, from that scratch to, going on top of the facility management, wherein people would think about having, planters on their workstations and bringing, buildings and everything. But then, has to start from the scratch.
Okay.
So I think that journey has started, but having said that, there is a long way to go. So let's see, 5 to 10 years down the line.
So as Preeti said, the FM is getting its due recognition. The pace is slow, but next 5 to 10 years, we are going to see FM becoming one of the prominent functions of any organization. Gaurav?
Also, I keep a short. Things like these positions and the clear feel and Theory was the last conditions. Finished and nice. This was where I think watching it's one of the industry. And you know, I can find anything. I should this one. This is what it so much valuable muscle to be doing. It's so much to know for it's we are really but people want to see that what since we know this this is one of the second actually so it's not the page.
That is true. A very good statement that next 10 years are for FM function, for the admin function. Rahul, what would you like to add to that? Next 10 years.
So similar to the whatever has been told, Vera, it's almost the next 10 years is going to be ours. The way the things have changed in last 4 5 years or so, the smarter buildings, IoT-based solutions, etc. And the most important aspect of this is smarter FM is something we got to cover.
Fantastic.
That's important.
FM is what we are going to see. Arun,
Well, I just was telling what I used in the last 5 years. Internally, through the PSU servers, and my function has been properly charged. And I have to continuously hours. So the biggest signal for us. The only thing which will work in the future as well, mobilize. Please mobilize restaurant families. If you mobilize the happening, you talk about premiums, what exactly you can do. So that's how it's going to work. So
Correct. Know the noise, know the trend. Everyone spoke about technology, sustainability, everything, green buildings. There is something required to keep those buildings running over their life cycle. And that is what facility management does. And next 5 to 10 years, as they said, facility management, COVID has brought the facility management was always very important, but it got its recognition after COVID. So, and we are going to see next years, it's going to gain much more prominence. And as our panelist said, speaker said that next 10 years are for FM. So thank you so much for being here with us and for such wonderful insights that you have all shared. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You should come in the center. No, no, no.
And thank you, Sapna, for moderating that. I think I got the right spot. Prashant? Listen, again, this is who played this and for what reason I want to know. आपको ये गाना सुन के आइडिया हो ही गया कि डिस्कशंस खत्म हो गए हैं and now moving towards the awards ceremony. But this was of course not really planned. But yes, it's now time to move towards the Bureau Business World FM40 Under 40 Awards 2025. My name's Aditya Malik. Again, a pleasure to welcome all of you for this ceremony as well. And now we gather to honor the visionaries and change makers like yourselves who are shaping the future of facility management through innovation, to sustainability, and also a relentless pursuit of excellence. Professionals like all of you have not only redefined industry benchmarks, but have also demonstrated unwavering dedication to building a smarter, a greener, and a more efficient workspace, and of course, the country as a whole as well. And today we'll celebrate your contributions and your hard work. And before that, big thank you to our partners for the day, powered by Blue Star Limited, future paper and another partner, SMS Integrated Facility Services, a mobility partner, Eco Mobility, and event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Phantom, Billy Copy, Pratik Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and also Twitch. Before we move forward, can you please once again have the partners, AV? Of course.
Blue Star, yes, fast rolling inverter racing with voice command project. Blue Star जर्नी की छुट्टी अरे फिर तो आप हैं
Also, today's award ceremony, it's being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including their social media channels and also on www.bwfacilitymanagement.com. Any picture, any happy moment, any views and opinions that you share online, please also use the hashtag BWFM40 under 40. The 40 is numeric. And before we begin the award ceremony, big thank you to the members as well because at Business World, we believe that any one of you who has replying the nomination आप already एक विजेता है because आपको ऐसा लगता है कि आपका काम जो है nominate होना चाहिए for the award ceremony. But of course, a list is a list. The process is a process. It becomes difficult for the members to choose out exactly who should be on the list for this year and not exactly इस process में हुआ क्या. How did the deliberation happen and how did I finally get the winners list? I just got a minute back. To show you that and more, can you please have this video AV?
Like everyone who wants the best wins and gets the award.
And I'm very proud that I was part of this jury for Business Worthy 40 under 40 Facility Management Awards for Sustainability. We have an excellent jury, and of course, we have great elements also, which is meant for selection for the awards. The process was very, very streamlined and with the lines, and we continue to interview all of them in a holistic and fair manner. Such backgrounds and the area where the facility management professional skills, the candidate's level was very, very unique. Some of them from airline industry, some of them from the courier industry, the e-vehicle industry, the facility management, the energy saving, the solar panel industry. So huge diverse mindsets
and diverse experience we got together. It was difficult for us to shortlist, but I think the jury overall has done a good job. Thank you so much.
VW for Facility Management Pati under Pati Award for 2025. I think I was very impressed by the nomination, the entries that were received for these awards. Jury process were very streamlined.
Let's please give all the jury members a huge round of applause. And a humble request to all the winners, once you receive your award, when you step down, please proceed to your stage right and my stage left. We'll need your individual picture and also stay back till the entire group picture, both for the editorial promotion as well. Now to officially open the award ceremony. I'm only waiting for Dr. Batra. Oh, hi. And now to formally open the award ceremony, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor Chief at FW Business and Founder of the Change for Media Group. Please.
Give us a big round of applause and also give him a coffee, please. Sometimes people tell me I'm there, but they can't see me. I tell them I have a Mr. India gadget. देखिए ना वो picture Mr. India. At least if some of you have seen it, you are your age. So I'm not sure how many of you have seen it, but I have seen it. And sometimes I behave like a Mr. India near my wife also, but it doesn't work for very long. So, but on a very serious note, it's my honor and privilege to be here at the second edition of the BW Facility Management Awards. It's our youngest community. We have a long way to go. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking my colleagues, especially Shilpa Chandel. Shilpa is the editorial lead on our security community and also on our facility community. I don't know where she is. Shilpa, she works very hard. So please give her a big round of applause. Also, Mr. Akash Pandey and his teams. I can see some of you. You're already nodding. आपको पता है कि आपका ही नाम लूंगा मैं. So Shailesh is there, and they work. It's a team, of course. Shilpa leads it in terms of editorial. Mohit is no longer with us, but he did good work while he was with us and built this well. So thanks to him also. We have a big vision for this community. Also, two of my senior most colleagues from Exchange for Media, Reality Plus are there. You know them. Sapna was moderating our the last panel. Ms. Sapna Srivastava, she's the editor of Reality Plus. Sapna is there. She's come from Bombay. And Ms. Trupti Kedia, she's the publisher of our real estate magazine. And the reason I requested them to come is because they also do a facility management conference, which they started many years before Business World started. And they were gracious enough to let us start because there are people, there are some things that overlap between Business World and Exchange for Media, like the advertising, marketing, communication, IP, and one person in E4M is very upset that we started one in Business World. Everybody has to stand on their 2 feet, right? Well, I don't have to tell you which one, right? So I think I'm blessed to have very good colleagues to work with. The audience team, the sales team, the marketing team. Shweta was there, she's gone out, and they all work together so that I can relax and not do much except if they need my inputs or presence somewhere, I'm always there. I was talking to Ajit and I was talking to him about what has happened in this field. And I was preparing for my speech, Ajit, now, when I was talking to you, right? And I was asking him because I have some idea. I started my career in real estate in 1996. That's when I passed out of a business school. It's called MDI. And I was telling him I have very close friends who are my juniors, or junior is not a good word, who are my friends from the business school, and they are in the real estate sector. And I told him a story, and I asked him what are his challenges, where is facility management going, what's happening. And he said some things which took me back 28 years back, 29 years back. I remember I passed out of MD, I had a campus job from Mr. Narang Kai. Navinder Narangji Kai, haan ji. His book is coming out. It's on 20th in Bombay. Please buy a copy of his book. Shilpa, we can circulate a buy a link to everyone. At the end of life is about making everybody feel good. Nobody gives their wealth to anyone. Time दे दें तो बहुत बड़ी बात है. Rupal ji, good to see you. So 28 years back, I passed out of MDI, and my campus job was at Onward Novel. No, actually, my campus job was at Mastech. Sorry, not at Onward Novel. Ashang Mehta's company, and I took the offer. I was about to join. Well, I met a young Australian. He's passed away, I'm told, last year. David Fowler. He and Michael Thompson set up Collier Jardine in India, and David bought me a beer not far off from this place. I was young and impressionable then. I'm young and impressionable now also, but a little more young and impressionable then. And I came back home and I told my dad that I will not join Mastech, I'll join Collier Jardine. So मेरे पिताजी बिट्स पिलानी में पढ़े हैं. He was a professor of chemistry and he retired as the head of an institution. And he told me, ये Collier Jardine क्या है? So I explained to him they do property consulting, they do broking. So my dad caught on to the broking point, and he told me कि अगर दलाली करनी थी तो इतना पढ़ने लिखने की क्या जरूरत थी? He did BTech in computer sciences, you went to MDI. And I asked him, I said, what is the issue that the facility, where can we help you as a media? What can we do? Because we are not building just this because we like building this. It has to have some value to you beyond you feeling good, right? Of information value, news value, insights value, networking value, platform play value. So we built 30 communities, maybe 15 of them are leaders. Our hospitality community, BW Hotelier, is the absolute number one. Exchangeformedia.com is the number one for 20 plus years. Reality Plus is the number one for 21 plus years. And I'm sure Sapna and Tripti will build it to another level. So he told me it's the talent issue. It existed 28 years back in real estate. He said it's in facility management in real estate. So we'll see how we can. He also told me about how AI and technology are playing a big role in, as I understand, facility management and security management are becoming integrated. A lot of organizations, of course, both are very specialized, and there are some overlaps, but there are also independent aspects to each. But integrated is a word that is being implemented. It's not just talk. So clearly, Sandeep, I got to know, it's been promoted as the president for APAC. Like, we'd like to be an editorial community which tracks, like in a lot, but throughout industries, we track our professionals, we track data, insights, trends. So I'm sure in facility management, I did say to Mohit a couple of times, we should do an editorial product. We should do an editorial product. Because that's when you go deeper. Otherwise, you become a company that does an event once a year and then meets another year. We don't want to be. We want to be deep dive. So hopefully, we'll do something about it. So I will just say that facility management, like every industry, is undergoing further change due to technology, due to the fact that we spend so much time on our phone, due to the fact that beyond physical assets, digital assets, data, IP information is becoming big. Also, the work from home and hybrid work. Hybrid work is a reality in lots of industries. So how do you tackle that? Also, in most industries, I mean, let's take security, which Shilpa understands very well. The yields are coming down. So unless until you add value, you cannot take your yields up. I'm sure the same challenge is in the facility management domain. Right? How do you make sure there are the 20, 30 big players, and then there is B and C who cut you on price? So, I've been educated by my friends in security, how the per guard yield came down over the last decade. And it's hit the bottom. It can't go lower. So the margins have shrunk to 5%, 8%. For the best companies, some others are even lower. So I'm sure facility management is facing that challenge, how to integrate technology, how to be a preferred choice for professionals, how to have specialized professionals who understand that domain. And I started a course. My mother passed away 5.5 months back. But one of the happy memories, I have many happy memories of my mom. But one is I was 26 years old. I used to teach a course in real estate at Master of Finance and Control MFC, Delhi University. I taught 14 sessions. I got 14,000 rupees, and that's 14,000 rupees I gave to my mom, and she bought a sari. And she would always tell my wife and everyone that, Anurag did this, and, this is the sari. So, anyway, I will not go into that, but fact is, some of the challenges that remain 20 years back, I mean, the industry's grown. Look at the quality of people I've interacted with, all of you. The quality of people in this industry is not what it used to be 25 years back. It's much, much better. So I'm sure that will percolate, and we need to. I can tell you another parallel: the event management industry. I would meet my friends from the event and experiential, and they would have the same problem. I think they've addressed it to some extent, Ruel. Because since you used to edit that product, but I think over a period of time it gets addressed automatically as the industry grows, as better quality of people come into the industry, and they become role models for others to follow. But it requires evangelism at the university level, at the specialized institutes level, so on and so forth. So I will not say more. I'm not an expert on facility management. I was just contextualizing what I see. We will build an editorial community. This is the second year of the awards. We've done the awards honestly. I think in a world where my friends tell me almost everything can be bought, I can tell you our awards are done through a process. I don't even know who wins, why they win. As long as the jury members know and they're selected, I saw one of the jury members, Rupalji, sitting here. I know that our awards are run through a process, whether it's in Reality Plus, Business World, Exchange for Media. So tonight's or today evening's winners have come through a process. I'd only like to say three things to them. One is sleep 8 hours. How much money you make won't matter. Health matters. Keep your phone away. Sleep is the most important. Today I'm dangerous because I slept very well last night. You can see my energy even in the conference room. Second is multitasking is not good. कर्नल साहब आप मुझे बोल रहे थे मैं मल्टी मेरा फोन भी आपने देखा था कितनी दूर पड़ा है मैं देखता ही नहीं I was writing that email and my whole focus was on the email where I've written that email I promised you, right? Because I'll get on to I have to meet the chairman of Daikin and in Aerocity, and with Japanese it's the cardinal still to get late, so I won't be able to write the mail after that. So don't multitask. Multitask is not. Brain is good at doing one thing at a time. If you do two, three things at a time, you will compromise on something. And third thing I want to say is sustainability and climate change is not an hoax. Donald Trump has said that famously in his first term. In your domain of facility management, you have a direct impact on, luckily he was telling me how they have a tool which looks at the sustainability aspect also while provisioning for resources and so on and so forth. So water usage, energy usage, these are realities. They do impact what's happening on the planet, and whatever you do in your spheres of work, and your sphere of work directly impacts all this. I remember in '96, David brought me to a building not far from here called Parpur Business Center, Mr. Kamal Meter's building. And he explained to me what is particulate matter. And he explained to me, I asked him, said, it was a business center, co-working space now. And I said, that's too high. So he explained to me that, we do this, we do that. And, it's true today. So really, in whatever you do, have sustainability as your focus, which I'm sure it exists. To the winners, winning is about taking your game to another level. It puts a responsibility, puts a spotlight. Awards are about a comparison. They're about elimination. If 27 of you have been shortlisted and maybe 40 others haven't been, then it is a process of elimination. Don't compare. Each one of you are unique. Don't criticize. I'm in the media business. We have a license to criticize. But a lot of times we criticize individuals, people, organizations without knowing what the background is, what the context is. So don't compare yourselves. You're unique. I'm very unique. I don't compare. My journey is unique. My talents are unique. My blessings are unique. I am unique, right? And I'm very proud of that. Each one of you are unique. So don't compare. Don't criticize. And most importantly, don't complain. Complaining puts you into a negative mood. It puts you into a low energy. आप मंदिर क्यों जाते हैं यार? मस्जिद क्यों जाते हैं? Why we go to a church? Is to be in a better energy, you know? We don't know whether God exists or not. I went to 3 temples in the morning. But I feel good about going to the temple. I do the things that I do because I feel good. I feel, this is the right thing to do. And so do things that make you feel good for the right reason in the right manner. Whether it's helping others. And, after my mother passed away, of course, I have to build organizations, so on and so forth. My children have grown up, they have dreams, so on and so forth. But the fact is, the most important thing is how I can help others, how I can be calm. Right? I like work, so I'll always do work. So whatever you do is your responsibility on who's we are shining the light. Do at least, as they say, pay it forward. Make 1 or 2 mentors, help them grow in life. That will give you more satisfaction than your resignation, than the money. I feel about the fact that we worked with Tripti for 17 years. She runs the real estate magazine, and she's found a good ally in Sapna. Between them, they really do a great job. I don't even go to most of the events. I'd like to, but I know I'm not really needed. I mean, I show up because I may be in the city, or if sometimes they really tell me I show up. But I feel so comfortable having that kind of. I mean, we are professional colleagues, but 17 years of working uh, has created. One has worked 12 years with me. We are launching in Dubai. Hopefully, he'll add our business there. There are many other people who work more than 15 years in this room with me, and uh, that gives me more happiness than anything else. Also, it builds something special. I'm able to say what I have to say without thinking. Um, if they understand why I'm saying, and I also understand why they're saying, what they like, what they don't like. So build relationships. Ultimately, relationships give happiness. Relationships may also come in handy at work. Most importantly, they give happiness, whether they're personal relationship or professional relationships. Relationships is what makes life worthwhile. So build relationships. Business will happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. So, yeah, I would also request the presence of Ajit Kumar ji, MD JLL, along with Praful Gupta ji, Chief Sales Officer, SMS Integrated Facility Services Availability, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards. Winners, a reminder, once you receive the award, you step down, please proceed to stage left and your stage right as of now. For an individual picture, and also stay back for a group picture till the end for editorial coverage. चलिए इसी के साथ the first person to join the elite list of BW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Eco was really cool. He was here, I thought that. But now we have a steam currencies. He's on the way. Okay, we'll come back to that later. The team can decide when the number. Brilliant. The next person is on the elite list of BW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Senior Manager, Asset Management, Data Realty. Everybody. Yes. If you fact, the next person, you on the elite list of BW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. facilities in India. Congratulations. And the next member, the next list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Congratulations. Thank you so much, UG and Fuji, for attending the awards. Thank you once for them. For this request, Rupal Surachi, President, BVG India Limited, along with Naram ICICI, please join us on the stage. May I present words? And the next person to join the elite list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Starting from Head Administration in the Power. So these applause at the back as a music is to help you, not as a substitute for your. हाँ? चलिए आपकी उम्र बढ़ाने के लिए हम अगले विजेता को बुलाते हैं The next person is on the elite list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Technical Operations, P24 Facility Services, Private Limited. The next person to join the elite list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Here, Equipment and Facility, Air India. Zwana. The next member, the next person to join the elite list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Manikanta Srinivas, Manager, Facilities and Administration, V Technology. Thank you, Colonel and ma'am. Thank you so much. Once again, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. I please request Major Aditi Mohan, Head of Establishment Coca-Cola, along with Srinivasan Mani, Deputy General Manager, Sales and Marketing, Scroll and Screw Chillers. Please join us on the stage and help present awards. इसी के साथ the next person to join the elite list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Senior Manager, Key Accounts and Digital Operations, SMS. अरे इससे नहीं आया पिक्चर वो बहुत खूबसूरत है मानेंगे लास्ट में अनिल Anil, just a question, buddy. No doubt on your handsomeness, but here AI है या I just want to know.
Yeah, I tell you. He heard me another thing. He came up to me, and that I'm not. Actually, he said, "You talk about 8 hours." I started sleeping 8 hours. That's like that. That's what's. I mean, he said he does. He started sleeping 8 hours after. They couldn't be I keep telling everyone, including my kids.
But congratulations to you, Manu. Congratulations. इसी के साथ the next person is on the elite list of BW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Neha Khanna, Director, Category and Sourcing, JLM. First reminder, individual picture and then a group picture in the end. We're halfway through. A couple of winners more. The next winner to join the elite list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Manager Administration in Shorts India Advertising and Services. And thank you so much, ma'am and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you. Once for them, please. May I please request I would request Sapna Srivastava, editor, Reality Plus, Arun Sharma, ADP, and head administration Infogain India, along with Ved Shukla, founder and CEO of Milo Mart and advisor to BW Retail World, to please join us on the stage and help us present the words. चलिए इसी के साथ the next person to join the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. पहला head administration J.K. Simen. इसी के साथ the next person to join the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Samiksha Shrikar, Senior Manager, CR and Tenali Management Services. Second year. Solutions. इसी के साथ the next person to join the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. E4S. With that, the next person to join the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Center Manager Administration, ArcelorMittal Nickel and Steel India Limited. So you say, yeah? Yes. Mr. Raj? Sandeep also requested you, sir.
I just want to say here the reason Mr. Ralph is here, that he said that he doesn't know me, but he's my role model, and he's my Dhoni who doesn't even know that I'm his fan. So I think big round of applause for such followers we have in the fraternity, guys.
Congratulations, Mr. Raj, sir. Now that you're here, we would request you to please give a few more words along with sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Once for them, please. May I also please request if the area public and business head, Reality Plus, to please join us on the stage and help us present the words along with them. इसी के साथ the next person to join the lead list of BW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Sony Jauter, Director, Operations and Business Development, Shining Star Outsource Services. Sony Patience. इसी के साथ the next person is on the lead list of VW Facility Management, Future Masters 2025. Warren Gambhir, Business Pentagon Facilities. You know, Tarun has been consistently clapping for everybody since the first minute. I think he deserves it also. He's been consistent. Congratulations. Almost 6-7 awards more. Winners, reminder, group photo in the end. If you could have the next person to run the meet list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Workplaces, Adidas. Nations. Next person to run the lead list of PW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Vishal Head, Admin and Facilities, Mazandi by Fine Labs. Call everybody. Congratulations. And the next person to join the lead list of VW Facility Management, Future Masters 2025. It's a facility and admin, Air India. सर बताइए And the next person to join the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Sir Hussain, Facilities Manager, WeWork India Management Limited. Sims, thank you so much for you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Applause for them, please. I please request Rahul Dudich, VP and Head of FM, DLF, I mean, Senior Editor, VW Business World, and also Shilpa Sandel, Senior Manager, Community and Editorial, VW Business World, to please join us on the stage. The next person to win the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Sing Senior Manager, FMSS Tata CR Airlines. के लिए solutions. Thanks for wait, sir. One for wait, sir, also. Easier. चलिए, the next person to join the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Sharma, Head of Operations, Fortis. तो साथी का चौथा था नहीं हम लोग Congratulations. On to the last week. Next person to win the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Third person, RJ Healthcare. We have also Sugandha Pradasa, Senior Manager, Media to receive the award on behalf of Javiani. I think इनकी आखिरी 3 अवार्ड है आपका जोश बरकरार तो रहना चाहिए ना पहले और आखिरी अवार्ड में can't punish them for that. But names are on the list. And the next member to join the lead list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. So in technical lead, Wipro, we have with us Navdeep Singh, manager, to receive the award on behalf of Innovators. Congratulations. And the next and the last member to join the elite list of VW Facility Management Future Masters 2025. Soumya Ginani, Director, Founder, Talbot Services. We have with us Sumit Satija, Senior Sales Operations Analyst. He receives the award on behalf of Soumya. For Soumya and Sumit, And with this, we come to an end of the award ceremony. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you, Shilpa. Congratulations as well. With that, we come to an end of the award ceremony. I please request all the winners to join us on the stage with your trophies for a group picture. And if we also have any jury members in the audience, we request you to please join us. Only two pictures, one with jury members and one only of the winners. Shilpa, the winner outside. Yep. Please make sure that no winners outside. All winners with the trophies, please. Are you? Jury members, no. Manik sir, yes, even we did. Sir, एक second. Ma'am here. Sorry. I'm asking. That's yeah, ma'am. Yeah. No, no, correct. Okay. Okay, you can finish your animation mobile phone for 5 seconds and then you can in frame.
Picture? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Huh? Where you want to sit? I was right there. What is it trying to do?
Can you have a good please? Aditya. Perfect. Aditya. Raj sir, can you also present it to him because he's going out? Yeah, we'll do honors again. We'll all clap. चलो Aditya, लोग Aditya, here, let's make it happen, no? Yeah, you were the best picture, man. You were everybody. Okay, first and visual phones, everybody quickly आप अपने फोन से देख सकते हैं. Done? Done? Not the main camera, please. The center frame. Just a second. Just a second. Please wait. Please wait. Please wait. Now, only the winners. So much for the jury members. Because I don't want to scare certain. Anybody can, ladies, you can take the seats. We have three. Wow. Surely another picture. And after this, please step up in another picture with more audience members. Whoever wants to join in. Please, just a request. We have more senior members in the audience who want a happy pictures for the onset. No, 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 no. Shobha, can you request everybody who wants to come on the stage? Please come. Dinners wait, please wait. We'll Congratulations to all of you. Hi everyone. Before you all go, just because Mr. Anurag had reminded, my book is getting launched. Its name is Bring Your Own Shark. It's about growth. It's a really nice book to read. Request you all to try and get it. The book's name once again, Bring Your Own Shark.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best. Thank you.